Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, September the 28th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Raj. I guess that yes means you can hear me and you can see my screen. So, well, some good news, obviously, with Biogen here, BIIB, some really positive data for their Alzheimer's drug. So look at this pop here. It's a big 49% for Biogen. That's a $295 stock, guys. So wonderful news. I hope it really obviously really pans out. So what's happened is we've got a lot of other companies that are kind of in the same sector that are moving today. So let's take a look at some of them. ABOS, huge gap up here. 24 million in the float, traded 7.8 million already. So ABOS, massive gap up. PRTA, more expensive one, PRTA. Their big gap up, 65% for a $51 stock. Big gap up. LGVN. Going over some of these. Some of these are smaller, of course. These are sympathy plays to the Biogen news. LGVN. Another really small one, BIVI. BIVI. Not very much volume with it yet, but look at that float, 1.4 million in the float. NRSN. These are just sympathy plays. NRSN, Israeli stock, 95,000, another low float. ACIU. And last, MOR. There could be others, of course, but these are the ones that I was able to get from a list. This one could be interesting because if you look at the gap, the potential gap fill for MOR, it's a bigger float, 131 million. I guess it's out of Germany. Excuse me. So it's out of Germany. The next high, looking left, is around 619 or so. So I mean, it is 528, but if it can keep this gap up and then move into try to fill this gap, that would be bad. And it's a bigger float. But the ABOS with that, well, actually, it's a 24 million float. So some of the other ones I mentioned were smaller floats, but this is really gapped up and a lot of volume. Now on the downside, my goodness, MNMD, look at this. Just collapsing here on a financing. I think they said the financing was at 4 something also. So this is way below the financing price. See if I'm right. I thought it was at 4 something. NNOX. This is gapped up because I don't know. I'm just looking, I'm trying to see if there's any specific reason for this NNOX. I don't see any reason for it. Coming into the 200-day moving average, which is at 1175, so it's kind of close. This is shortable for me. Right now, you can't do anything with it. 1150, 1198 on the bid ask. BIAF. BIAF. F is in Frank. Let's see, it gets an additional 7.7 million from the exercise of some warrants. So look at that pop, 41%. Look at that float, guys, about 1 million in the float. So it's already traded through 3.5 times, 3.6 times that. And NA has gapped down on a financing. NA has gapped down on a financing. And here is an upcoming reverse split. Remember IBIO? Used to see that quite a bit. Or did I? Let's take a look. Yeah, I used to see this stock. Yeah, I sort of remember these days. This back in 2020, got up to 743 or so. Don't know if this is meant to be an Alzheimer, not an Alzheimer, but a COVID play. Anyway, they're doing a reverse split and a 1 for 25 reverse split. Also, it's an earnings play. Yeah, after hours. So got hammered after hours on earnings. Not that it had that much further down to go, but they're also doing a reverse split for the on the. I don't know when it is supposed to happen. I got to make sure I'm right on this one, guys. I could have sworn I read somewhere that it was doing a 1 for 25 reverse split. That headline has disappeared from Interactive Brokers. Well, here it is. Okay, good. That was on the 27th, so that was yesterday. Just don't have any details on it when it's supposed to be active. Now, guys, keep an eye on the amps. There's no volume yet for AMPS. No volume yet. Only 5,000 shares, but this had a great run yesterday. This is an all-time high for the company. Okay, so and it's an EV play. Tops. You know what? I bring up a monthly chop at tops. Probably can't even get that price. Yeah. They have done so many reverse splits, so many reverse splits. This, I don't know why, I can't get a price for it way up here. It doesn't go that high exponentially. I think this could be, believe it or not, like two or three or $10,000 or something split adjusted. This company's done so many reverse splits. Now look at Apple even. Even Apple showed up in my gap downs. Apple. Now it's a little further down here. It was down 145. It actually showed up in my gap downs. Yeah, and for anybody living in that hurricane area, boy, obviously take care, do what you have to do. Man, oh man. Yeah, it was what, $7.7 million? I don't have a halt for oh, I'm sorry, blue collar. I thought you said it was halted. So this is so that's the news. Receives an additional $7.7 million from exercise of warrants. Total capital from public offering increases to approximately, excuse me, $15 million. Not shortable for us though, blue collar. So we're in for basically a neutral open so far, guys. The SPY is up just a little bit. And IBB has had a nice lift from that Biogen news. IBB, nice lift from the Biogen news, obviously, probably heavily weighted. That is, look, I mean, look at this move for Biogen. 50% for a $295 stock, guys. Wow. It was even higher. I mean, 339 in the pre-market high. Phase three. And again, guys, this is Alzheimer's, so let's all hope. All right, let's take a look to see what the analysts are talking about today in terms of upgrades and downgrades. I'm getting this from briefing.com. And again, not too many, either on the upside or the downside. Multiple upgrades for Biogen, BIIB, multiple upgrades still. Upgrade for Netflix. All right, those are the upgrades. Now I'll get the downgrades. This is from briefing.com. To do with trade ideas. All right, those are the upgrades. Those are the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Okay, I must have accidentally deleted or got rid of my, okay, bring it back. All right, what I'm looking for right now is anything new sneaking in here. Ooh, what's happening here with this AMV? Big expensive stock, AMV. I don't know what's happening here. Is it starting to trade as AMV or started to trade as AMV yesterday? An uplist. Okay, that was an uplist to NASDAQ from where? Don't tell me it was a pink sheet stock before. Very rarely, guys, that a stock this expensive is going to show up in my change from the closed list over 10%. And there's Biogen right there. I think these guys did a financing also. I think Casa may have put that one in. GMDA, I think they did a financing. Yeah, 12.9 million shares. So this was the wild one from yesterday, guys. ATXI, the wild one from yesterday. They did the reverse split a few days before and then fell a couple of days and then had the big day yesterday. That's why it's, to keep an eye on the ones that do reverse splits, maybe follow them for about a week anyway and see what happens. All right, let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. So as I say, we're in for a positive open, mildly positive open. So let's take a look at the sectors. So I'm going to click from our toolbar, clicking on new and then dock channel bar, and then click on show more, and I'll get to my sector status. Most should be positive. All right, so what you're seeing here, if you're new to this, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So we always like to take a look at energy. So XLE is the major ETF for energy, for the energy sector. These stocks make up XLE. So when you see 95% in green, that means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. So as I said, most sectors are positive, but financials are under 50%. Tech is about 50%. So nothing is other than, you got consumer staples at 85%. But again, all this can change. You look at this half an hour from after the market opens and look at the change from the open as opposed to the change from the close, and we can have a dramatically different picture. So if I can remember to do it around 10:15, we'll take a look at the change from the open. So what I mean by that, how it could change is that right now, as I say, energy stocks that make up XLE are 100% now above yesterday's close. But when the market opens, who knows, maybe they all start to drift down. So you would see a very different percentage on the change from the open if that happened, on change from the close. Interesting, Casa. We've at below the open, good for a short. Above the open, good for a long. But you're talking about taking stocks immediately, trades immediately, aren't you? Yeah, the China, I read some news about China, of course, this morning, and let's take a look at K-Web. Yeah, it's down a little bit, 1.3%. Yeah, that's where you and I would really differ. I just have a real phobia. Really, it's a phobia from taking something right at the open. Very rarely do I do it. Sometimes if I get something in my 10-day daily breakdown, will I take something in the first 15 minutes when it's an all-time low also. But typically I just shy away from taking anything in the first 15 minutes. So let's see how big a pullback this ABOS is going to have. ABOS is going to have. It almost got up to 10 in the pre-market. Again, this is a sympathy play with Biogen, BIIB sympathy play. There are a number of them. This is call it the best one in terms of the percentage move. Yeah, I don't know about that percentage IG, but all I know is from my trading experience, we're talking with somebody in our YouTube room about trying to trade right at the open. I mean, it's not just about taking a loss right off the bat, but it sort of, it just gets you in a bad mood. It just gets you, got me just in a bad mood. And then you can, get into the rut of trying to, then you're playing catch up. And then you try to do a little revenge trading sometimes, get a little reckless. So I just stopped it. I just stopped it. But if some of you can trade right on the open and make money, go for it. So is silver okay? So it had the big pop last week. Yeah, okay. Silver coming right into the 200-day move. Actually, I don't know why we have a green line, but we don't have a data point for it. I see that every now and then. Yeah, and this is what Zach is talking about. Well, I mean, if you can believe that news, if that is believable, I mean, this stock should be $100. No, seriously. I mean, look at that float, 5.4 million in the float. If that truly is going to completely replace breathalyzers. All right. Let's see. Now, Sava, of course, is an Alzheimer's play, but I mean, it's got a lot of negative baggage, but it's had a nice run. But it's interesting. It really, I mean, it's got up a little bit. I would have thought this one would be a lot, would maybe have taken out 50 based on that Biogen news, just as a sympathy play. That's all. Well, and it doesn't matter what you think of Sava, because does anybody really believe that ABOS is going to do anything soon? But it is a sympathy play with Biogen. Right. Well, the market's putting a little more of a pop here. Excuse me. Yeah, so you mentioned that AMV. Yeah, we just talked about that. An uplisting yesterday to NASDAQ. I don't know from where. I mean, was this actually a pink sheet stock at that price? No volume yet. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers anyway. Morning, Aja. Oh, there's no question. The headline is catchy. There's no question. But you know what other headline was catchy? You guys remember mine, Matt? This one, MNMD. Now they've done a financing, and this stock has just been trashed now. But you remember this, guys? On this pop here, I think it was might have even been the day before, but this day right here, when it was reported that the 20-year-old kid who made $100 million invest in Bed Bath and Beyond. He had a $20 million stake, made 100, and then said that he's turning all of his well, not all necessarily, but his attention to this one, MNMD. And his father got involved, and they were on a conference call with them and said, "We're going to shake the board up, et cetera, et cetera." And the stock popped all the way up to $20, $3 now. So was that a bunch of garbage? All right, guys, just checking to see if anything else. This SBS is just had a little pop here. SBS, Brazilian company, at the 200-day moving average. I did see this Gold Fields International. I just usually shy away from gold and oil stocks, energy stocks, just because they're so usually really tied to what the sector is doing. But GFI it looks like it is trading on its own. I just can't see any news from it. Unless gold is up also. Okay, I don't know if all the gold shares are lifting, but GFI definitely is having a bit of a lift here. GFI, certainly more than the index. Yeah, so it's only up 0.9%. So I don't know if there's some specific news with GFI. There's gold though too, the symbol for gold. AU, Anglo. So okay, I don't know. Maybe there's a tie-in with GFI and AU. How about silver? Silver has outpaced gold. All right, guys, I'm gonna get set for this open. I'll get rid of my pre-market scans. Hmm. Algoma, wow, big steel company in Canada, Algoma. All right, guys, I'm going to get rid of these and get set for this open. And again, typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Whereas William, he didn't tell me that the market's going to open in less than a minute. All right, guys, 4, 3, 2, we are getting set for the open here. So no data coming in yet. No large caps. Okay, guys, AMPS, AMPS. What's the volume like now? Volume is just picking up a little bit. AMPS from yesterday. AMPS. So here's a gold play, NEM, Newmont. Okay, PRTA, another, again, a sympathy play with Alzheimer's, with Biogen. Pre-market high was 52.80. So I had a question about where am I seeing amps on? It's just, I only have 4 thumbnail charts, and it was one of my thumbnail charts just because it had such a great day yesterday. Okay, so I wanted to keep an eye to see what it was doing today. So it's not going to appear on the scan yet. Volume's too low, but I just thought it would be, always a good idea to keep an eye on the stocks that really did well yesterday, just to see what happens. Is there continuation? All right, guys, let's see. So BIAF, with that news, whether it's completely accurate or not, doesn't matter right now. There's the NNOX. Ooh, geez, look at this. I mean, 1250 all the way back down to 10. These stocks, these little guys just can't hold their gains. Well, Sober's got the room. I mean, it's again, we don't have 200-day moving average data. We have a line here, and it's got the room 268. 268 is the next high looking left, discounting today's high, of course, but next high looking left is 265. 265 is the next high looking left. But again, for me, it's just too early. I'd like to see maybe base a little bit around this 2 level. But again, that's just the way I trade. So what I'll do now is just put an alert. I mean, this could be an earlier trade for me if it takes out 2 again. So our first winner of the day is BIAF. What's the next high looking left for BIAF is 429, looks like. Then 463, so 429, 463. Next highs for BIAF. All right, guys, so there's the ABOS, okay? The ABOS, now it's showing up on the 10-day daily breakout, but remember, it did get up to almost 10, pulled all the way back down to 722. So a little bit sketchy on this one. What's the markets doing? So, yeah, Nas is down, Dow's basically flat, so is the SPY. All right, well, that's why I wait, guys. AMPS, certainly wasn't going to jump in on it, but It's actually shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Not too many shares, 22,000. Boy, silver's been, I mean, look how choppy these things can be really early. Got all the way down to 175, pop right back up. So it all depends where, if you're taking this now, where are you going to put your stop? That's the whole deal. Where are you going to put your stop? Yeah, PRTA is still strong. I know what you're saying, Zach. Underneath 49 maybe as a short. I'll stick an alert around there because these are just sympathy plays to Biogen. How's Biogen doing right now? Is it holding its gains? The IIB? Yeah, not really. Not really. I mean, it got up to 339 in the pre-market, opened at around 290, around 300. So it is dropping now also, unfortunately. And again, I say unfortunately, nobody should be cheering against this company, but we are traders. We have to trade what we see. But yeah, the ATXI again. Look at this ATXI again. Did that get halted? Ugh. This is turning into a disaster, guys. This is this LVWR. It was a SPAC 3 days ago. This is the EV division of Harley, spun off and just getting clobbered. And it's just halted on the way down. Whoa, ATXI. Yes, ATXI. I have that. That's one of my few thumbnailed ones. No, I just talked about that, but it got up to 730. Ah, my memory. What's wrong with it? What was the reverse split yesterday, guys? It starts with the letter K. I have to consult my notes from yesterday, but they're in the garbage. There was a reverse split yesterday. It started, I think, with the letter K. Thank you, Aaron. KRBX. KPRX, yes. Let's take a look to see what it's doing. KPRX. Okay, so not much yet, but remember the ATXI had a kind of a delayed 3-4 day reaction before it went crazy yesterday. So that's why it's just a good idea to keep an eye on these reverse splits. How to do that? Heart the darn thing. Just not shortable for me, Zach. I don't think ABOS not shortable for me. Nope. This this ATXI looks like it's halted. It's not halted. Okay, it's not halted, but it was just sort of stuck at that 715 price for a bit. But it looked like it was halted. All right. Charge point, CHPT. Let's see, the high yesterday was 1574. It's approaching that high, CHPT approaching that high. If it can take that out, where's the next high? 1630. So a little bit of room for this one if it can take out the high of yesterday. All right, now the silver is on fire. Okay. Let's see if it holds this 2 level. A lot of volume coming in, so it's going to easily, of course, trade the float. 5 million in the 5.4 million in the float. It's traded 4.7 so far. Yeah, ALZN. I'm just looking at this right here. ALZN. Of course, Alzheimer's. Well, it was here. Looks like it's coming into some resistance area. Look at the volume coming in. At 9:30, there's no real pre-market volume. Yeah, I wouldn't call it a Sava sympathy play. I would call it a Biogen. But I understand what you're saying, P-Funk. Wow, you talk about, see how choppy this AMPS was in the first 15 minutes? AMPS got up to what, 1418, all the way down to 1355. Now, if it can settle around 14, get some volume, the volume is coming in a little bit now. If you can settle around 14 and start to move from there, form a nice base at 14, this could be a great second day continuation. It's an all-time high. Wow, ATXI. I did not get it, guys. I did not get it. It just was too, little too jumpy for me. But I'm definitely eyeballing it. See if it has any sort of a little pullback or something. ATXI. And again, it was in the first 15 minutes, but now the first 15 minutes is up. So, I mean, again, look how choppy these things can be. Look at NNOX. I got up to 1254 in the pre-market, slid all the way down to 10, like a $2 slide, 1074, and now the giant green candle. Very, very choppy. Through the 200-day, the 200-day moving average is 1175, the VWAP 1168, so it's above both now. There's a gold play, KGC, another gold play. Has a little bit of room, maybe. Nah, 365, not really. I mean, 347 looks like there's a lot of resistance around 365. So to me, it just doesn't have enough room. BTRS halt. I don't see that one. Maybe the volume's under 20,000. Yeah. So private equity to acquire this company. There's no volume yet. Yeah, the market is actually kind of flattening out here. No real direction. Look at DNA, a nice little pop, but coming into some resistance again. You got to always be, for me anyway, just looking left, checking to see where it could go before it hits the next high. To me, it's just too close. Doesn't mean these highs over here are going to stop it for sure, but it just prevents me from getting too excited about this. Now, if all this weren't here and I was looking left and the next high was 4, this would be awesome. From 3 to 4. All right, something is going on here. Hmm. See how this reverse split is really active right now, guys. The reverse split from yesterday, the KPRX, very active. See if it settles down. Silver just ain't doing it, guys. I mean, it's okay. See how well it holds over this 2 level. It had the pop to 221. Let's see if it can really hold this 2 level. So this showed up in Zach's topping scanner, QTRX. QTRX. A pretty interesting area to maybe short this. It could not get through 10. Looks like there's resistance right around 10 level. Is there any news on this one? I don't see any news for QTRX. Maybe it's just because it's so much cheaper. Wow, no kidding. Is it seeing the action? No kidding. I didn't should have took my eye off it. I was actually I was waiting for the 49 break that did not really well, it kind of came, but then it popped right back up. Maybe just because it's so much cheaper than Biogen. Bank of America upgrades it to a $65 price target. It's the only thing I can think of because Biogen has the news. These guys don't have the news. It is just a complete sympathy play. But having said that, let's take a look at Biogen. Is it at least stop moving down? Not really. Ugh. Look at ALZN, guys. You've got that top right up here, and then basically selling off. Just a sympathy play. It's an Alzheimer's. Well, you can just see it's got Alzheimer's almost in its name. Now here's the other one that, what's this one doing? BIVI, that's another sympathy play, but again, look at the resistance. What did it get up to? Got up to 270 or so, and right to that area, and just stalled. Now this one is shortable for me, but no volume. I cannot take a short with anything with that low volume. Again, I'm only pointing it out because it is another Alzheimer's sympathy play. Aha! My mouse just died, so just give me a moment here. So I have my reserved mouse. Muted. How long have I been on mute? I think I coughed and I can't remember when I coughed. Okay, I'm talking about the AMPS. Just waiting to see if it can hold 14. It's been pretty choppy though. I thought maybe what I was saying about the AMPS. Oh, since my mouse died. Okay. So what I was saying about the AMPS is I thought maybe that bottoming tail would, and then when the buyer stepped in, I thought maybe that would get rid of the sellers, but we'll see. And again, I'm only fixated on it because of what happened yesterday and the fact that it's an all-time high. And silver looks like it's sobering up here. Look at this SOBR. I mean, I almost took it. I have to admit, I almost sort of broke my rule of taking something in the first 15. I was waiting to see for a second $2 break, and it did it. But that little voice in my head was nagging at me, saying, "Don't do it." Yeah, market's putting a little bit of a move here. So all the indices are up right now. Now, I'm not going to make any sort of prediction that about this holding, but my bias is still to short these tops. Ugh, how ugly is that ATXI now? Another reason not trading in the, whoops, ATXI, not trading in the first 15. All right, I'm going to have to revise my price alert for amps, see if it can get to this level, maybe the 410 level. Well, I didn't look at tops really. I mean, I know you guys were talking about tops. I guess I should have paid more attention. Just have a sort of a disdain for this one. But anyway, yeah, nice trade. Got right into the 396. What did it get up to? Got up to 385. That 396 looks like it's going to stall it. All right, ATHA, what are you doing? ATHA, yeah, big move here, but again, coming into some resistance, in my opinion. ATHA. All I'm looking for is something that has more room on the daily chart, before it hits the next high. Like a nice big potential void fill, gap fill. All right, amps maybe holding 14. Let's see if I can rise off that 14 level and have a nice move. So where is that VWAP? Yeah, 5282, 5282 is the VWAP for PRTA. Lots of shares available also. 2 million at, 1.7 million at Interactive Brokers. So I'm sure many brokerages have shorts available for this. So there could be downward pressure just based on that. 5312, interesting. So we've got 5286. I mean, what's that, 26 cents difference? Okay, let me exclude it. Still have 5287. Excluding it. Let's maybe I have to do a reset. 5288. Yeah, it didn't seem to make any difference. Anyway, I mean, for a $55 stock, I don't think it makes that much difference. So pretty whippy. Let's see if it takes out 55. That could really get it sending going down. 55. It did get down to 54, 59. Yeah, got to be careful on this one on the PRTA. I think a 55 break. Well, I think it might go lower. I mean, the next low looking left. Listen, I don't know for sure, but I mean, it's either going to 55 will just, it's just a psychological number to get through. Not quite as psychological as 50, but okay. Well, 55.20 will get me out. 55.20 or 30 will get me out. I don't want to mess around with this. I mean, this could have a big jump also. So, All right, come on, give up 55 in a big way, in a big way. I'm talking to you, PRTA. So let's see if that 53 is going to be a magnet. See how the VWAP now is changing? All right. I mean, I hate to cheer against it, but all right, I did cover some at 54, okay? I covered some at 54, so this is the PRTA, down to 53.67. All right, turning my attention to something else now. I'm still watching the AMPS, guys, just in case it does something, off that 14 level, okay? The AMPS, excuse me. I recall the way it traded yesterday, had that little dip, and then it just took off. Went from 1274 all the way up to 14. Not saying that's going to happen today, of course, but composite rating is, almost as good as you can get. 100 is tops, guys, so it's at 99. So what does that mean? That means this is a proprietary filter that we've got. It takes into account technicals and fundamentals. Okay, so strong technicals, strong fundamentals. And so 99, that's about, well, you can't get more than 100. So just one moment, please. All right, guys, GDS on the way down, and this is not quite a lifetime low. GDS on the way down. This is a China stock, GDS on the way down. And this is showing up on my, this is showing up on Real Scan actually. Only one so far. GDS, only one so far. The our stock composite rating filter is a proprietary. I don't even know what the filters are. I don't know. I shouldn't say that. I don't know what exactly makes it up. Just has to be strong technicals and strong fundamentals. Okay, and that's our stock composite rating filter. So 100 is tops. So you can see GDS at 38. I don't think we go below 30 actually. So my impression of, because it's a combination of strong fundamentals and strong technicals. Okay, so strong technicals to me would, the stocks would certainly have to be probably over the 20, 50, and 200. Maybe some other things coming into play. And then as far as the fundamentals, I don't know. I don't know. Probably obviously a positive EPS, things like that. Maybe quarter over quarter increases. I don't know. That I don't know. Yeah, almost boom, Ija. QTRX from our YouTube room. But getting into that really tough level to get out or get through. Now, of course, if it can get through, well, it's 1085 is way up here. I mean, look at the potential gap fill. You just have my doubts. What's the float? 33 million. So it's not high, not low. All right, guys. Yeah, IG, just here, if you right click on an alert window, configure and type and go to search, start typing in composite, COMP, stock composite rating, okay? So it's a filter. So you want to find stocks with, you want to, I actually have a top list that I created, but it's easy to do. You want to find stocks, say 80 and over, just put that filter in the min. If you want to find stocks that are really weak, put in the max, 50 as an example. Okay, so it's the stock composite rating. All right, now look at the ABOS here, guys. Okay, so maybe it's found a base. Another, again, to use it now, it's interesting. It did not win one race. Didn't win a race because all the action happened in the pre-market. So when the market opened, it was actually dropping. So it did not win a race. However, I'd be looking at this thinking, if it can get over 8 again, I'm going to stick an alert there. It could, especially, you probably, if it goes over 8 again, more than likely you'll start to see it in this list of stocks as it's moving higher. Yeah, NA was a financing. I believe NA was a financing. Yeah, continued down. Yeah, did a financing. I don't know what the price was. And look at this thing just collapsed. We had a halt for this AMV. Hard for me to believe this was a pink sheet stock, but it was an uplisting. I don't know what it uplisted from. It was an uplisting yesterday. Not shortable for me. What are, if anybody had shorts for this one? Wow. I saw you mention XFOR earlier, Ija, X4. Yeah, to me, it just doesn't have enough room. Sorry. Looks like there's a lot of resistance right around 146. The stock's at 133 now. So to me, there's just too much resistance right up here. And you're right, the 200-day is there also. Again, guys, I know it's a broken record, but look at ME, looks pretty good. A little break here on the daily, but look left. Look at all the stuff it's got to get through. If it was a free shot to that 370 level without all this in between, it'd be great. That it's a big float. I know you guys have been talking about FNGR. I didn't see that it was showing up. Is it the volume, maybe? No, no, volume's good. It's looking to see if there's any specific news on FNGR. Don't see any. I don't think this is an out. No, it's not a bio. Okay, so it's not a China stock. Technically, it's not a China stock, but it looks like they do all their business in China. Yeah, I'm obviously out of the PRTA. I mean, I think Zach and others may have shorted a lot earlier than I did, of course, but it was okay. I mean, I did okay on it, but I was hoping for something closer to 50, but that's the way it goes. Oh, there's Finger showing up. Okay, there's Finger, FNGR. Wow, it's had a great 3 days from 65 cents to $1.40 in basically a little over 2 days. I don't think wouldn't have seen this one yesterday until it took out a dollar because my filters don't allow anything under a dollar. But wow, what a move. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of lag here, guys. Not liking it. Yeah, I mean, boy, this looks like, I mean, tough to get through that 10 level, guys. So Shorted it, and if it gets close to 10, I'm out. That's the QTRX. Now, 973 could hold it. This might be just kind of a little scalp short for me. 972 looks like it could hold it, so all right, just waiting to see if it can get into the low 70s. Again, that's the level that it might stall at. 973. Well, do something. Don't just sit here. I continue to watch his AMPS just sitting at 14. Well, you can say one thing. I mean, if it ever pops really off that 14 level, at least we know what your support would be. And if it broke down through that, you got to be out. Boy, the PRTA is pretty whippy still. I thought maybe it would have got up to what, 56? I'm going to stick an alert. 5338 is what I have for the VWAP. I'm going to stick an alert around that area and see what it does. Let's see if it gets below the VWAP. All right, QTRX is inching down. Got to be very aware of this level right there, that 973. Just popped a little bit back up. That might hold it, that might hold it. All right, guys, now ABOS over 8 again. Now, again, well, 24 million, so it's not crazy low. This is an Alzheimer's play, okay? A lot of Alzheimer's sympathy plays today based on the Biogen news, the BIIB news. Okay, let's see if 8 holds. All right, guys, I'm watching this ABOS to see how well this 8 holds. I'd love to take this. We've got lots and lots of room, of course, at 10. If it, investors or not investors, traders get enthusiastic about it again. Okay, amps gave up 14, so I'm going to forget about it for a while anyway. Holding 8, guys. ABOS is holding 8. Good spread, too. 2-cent spread, 1-cent spread. So all right, we're on the move here. For how long? That's the big question. The next high looking left is on the 15-minute chart, 847. I think it got up to 845. So if you took this trade, just be aware of that and see if it pops out. There it goes through 850. But guys, I'd be taking some profit, okay? I really would be taking some profit. You can't hope that it's going to hit that pre-market high of 10-ish. The QTRX is basically where I shorted it, a little bit below it. So, but it's not doing very much. I'm going to just have to maybe dump that one. Okay, guys, I'm out of the QTRX, a little loss on it. Holding on to the ABOS to see if it can really take out 850. Kind of like that. All right, covered some more, or sold some more, guys. Don't have that much left. ABOS. The fantasy level, of course, if it can somehow get through 9. I just have my doubts. Not crazy low float, 24 million. Certainly not high, but not crazy low. Look at the volume, 20 million. This will trade the float easily today. And if you're coming in late, this is an Alzheimer's sympathy play. Excuse me, with Biogen. Biogen had the big news this morning. It's still up. Biogen is still up 35%, which is, astonishing with 144 million in the float. But at one point this morning, this was up at 339. Whoa, ABOS. Finally, something with a little bit of continuation. I saw we had a halt here for this Pep G. Don't know this one at all. Is this a... So this looks like another Alzheimer's play, guys. Just have to look, neurologic diseases. So just look. So this is probably another sympathy play with Biogen. PEPG did not see it at all in the pre-market. I think the volume was just wasn't there. So this is another one, I guess. All right, I turn my attention one more time to the amps. We got these bottoming tails. I mean, I got down to what, 1383? Maybe this time it'll hold that 14 level and start to move. Maybe. Definitely looks a little stronger, guys. Right now, amps looks a little bit stronger. The high of the day was 1428 or so. So let's see if this holds now and starts to move. AMPS. Volume is picking up a little bit. Wow, can it get through, not a bus, but a BOS? Can it get through 9? So remember I was saying, they didn't win a race. I'm surprised it's not showing up. It may have showed up here. I don't know. I don't know if it showed up. Didn't win a race early because it didn't, because it was actually moving down most of the day once it hit that pre-market high. $7.48. I should have paid a little more attention to this halt. So because the first halt was at 7.48. I'm going to move down. That's typically when I will take a trade. It came out of the halt, moved down below the halt price, way down below it, and then it popped right back through it. And that's typically where I, could take some, and I just kind of lost sight of it. And this is, wow, too bad. Now, what's the spread like? Spread isn't bad. I mean, 40, well, now it's terrible. 813, 850, untradeable. Talking about the PEPG. Yeah, I mean, look at the spread. So very, very tough to trade. All right, guys. Well, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 o'clock and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. And my name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. I would say that because people ask, and yes, I do. So the first thing I do is I put my homepage link in, lots of information there. Just keeping an eye on the ABOS, see if it can take out that 9. Okay, so on my homepage, okay, obviously a way in which you want to take, if you want to take out a subscription, you can do so. There's a promo code Barry15 for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and monthly for premium and standard, okay? What I would do though, if you don't know this program, do not take out an annual subscription to start, okay? You can always start off with a monthly. Standard monthly is fine. You can try the premium. The premium has the AI. Just looking right now, yeah, is one decent one, I suppose. But standard on an annual basis is 1,000, less the 15. Premium is 2,000, less the 15. Come on, ABOS. And here it is on a monthly basis. So 118 and 228. So you can apply that 15% discount to the first month only, okay? If you maintain a monthly subscription, and there's no problem doing that, of course, you don't have to take out an annual. This is what you'll pay going forward. After that first month, you'll get the 15% discount first month only. So if you want to take out a subscription, you don't want to do it right now, but if you save my link, then you can do it at any time. And I'm gonna say things like this now because the room is free. The reason the room is free is because people do take my link, take out subscriptions, so the company knows that the room is paying for itself. Okay, and yes, I do get a commission. I'll just tell you that up front. But if you do want to take out a subscription, if you save my link and then you take out a subscription, a week later, a month later, a year later, the room gets credit, and I do too. If you do take out a subscription, let's get started. You must do this first, okay? It goes over the download, your first, I can download an installation, your first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic, etc. Okay? It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 videos. You must do that first. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. You can sign up for it. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. That is free. Big education link is here. You click on that. Yes, 9. EBOS 9. Click on the user guide. Here's that getting started section again. So at the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what the races are all about. Okay, at the very least, especially the race section, got some great videos, lots of text. I'm going to go over the racing in a bit, but here's a guide for you to refer to. Obviously more information here, but make sure you understand what an alert window is, a top list window is, and what the racing is all about. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Wednesday. It should be Jamie. Now, so if you've got brokerage plus questions, he uses E-Trade also to trade. So you can ask him a lot of brokerage plus questions. Also, Chris, when I shut down the main room at 3:30, and then Chris takes over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30, and he does that Monday to Friday. Just keeping an eye on the ABOS as I'm talking like this. Daily webinars. Today is Wednesday. This is the webinar that I help out on. Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. They put this on there every second Wednesday. So we're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation this week. Next week, it is Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. There's some education videos right here, and also back to basics, okay? If you're new to trading or maybe looking for a refresher, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. And I always say at Trade Ideas, this is not third party, okay? So Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. A lot of you might know him. Starts off with what is a stock, introduction to charts, candlesticks, etc. It's all free resource, guys. Last, my scans. So if you want my scans, here they are. And here are the 2 races that I am displaying for you. I'll explain what the differences are, but I have some other races, or not races, but other scans here. Okay, guys, I'm out of the ABOS now. Just had that, yeah, I'm out of the ABOS now. It was nice picking up at 9 level briefly. but that was a nice trade. So I do have some other scans. You can take a look at them. Legal, who is your broker? My broker does not have shorts for ABOS. So again, you can take a look at these other scans that I've got, but I want to caution you, okay? Especially if you're, even if you're not new, don't have so many alert windows and top list windows up and running. I know nobody wants to miss any single setup known to man, okay? So, you want to create all the different alert windows and top list windows, but I'm telling you, you'll have too many and you'll be clicking like mad and not getting anything done, okay? And that's why my recommendation, I'm going to go over these races, is to concentrate and maybe one, maybe two races max. And I'm going to explain why. But anyway, I do have some other scans here. So again, save my link, then you can look at my scans, you can look at the education section, and you have the ability to take out a subscription whenever you want, okay? So E-Trade, really, E-Trade had ABOS shorts. Interesting. Let's see if there are any freed up at Interactive Brokers. Nope. E-Trade has, so really, E-Trade has ABOS shorts. Interesting. Oh, I did laugh inwardly, legal. Really? Wow, ABOS is back over 8 again, 8, 9 again. Not in it right now. But you know what? Again, if this base is really well at 9, it hit almost 10 in the pre-market. All right, guys, I want to talk about the racing. Now, first of all, just in general, what Trade Ideas is, we're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. We are a scanner. Okay, difference between a screener and a scanner. You can consider our top lists our screeners. Okay, you can, if you want to just see stocks that are, at a certain price range, a certain volume, and some other filters, you could use our top list, just screen for that. But where a scanner comes in, you can take those sort of screening filters and then apply a real-time alert to it, like a new high of the day, a new low of the day, a new 5-minute high, 5-minute low, things like that. We have all sorts of different alerts, and that's the big difference between a scanner and a screener, is we have real-time alerts. So let me talk about the racing right now. Why I really, really think, I know I nag every single day, I know we'll continue to, that if you're new to trading, or even if you've had trade ideas for a long time, like me, well, I really think if you create at least one race, I'm not saying you shouldn't have any other alert windows, but I would really caution you not to have too many, but especially if you're new. So let me explain. I'm going to open this top list. So a race always starts off from a top list window, okay? Just one moment, please. All right, guys. Well, AMPS is on the move a little bit now, a little bit on the move. It's been a challenge, but a little bit on the move. And ABOS is actually reclaiming 9 again. Okay, let's talk about the races, guys. So this is what I mean as a screener. Excuse me, just a minute, please. So this is what I mean by a screener. A top list is in essence a screener. Okay, so it can find stocks, between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares, and up at least 2% from the previous close. Okay, and then so that's what it's looking for, and then you can sort on any column header that you have. So if I want to, I can take a look at the change from the close percent. I double left click rapidly, and that's going to tell me that ABOS is 91% from above yesterday's close, and so on. Okay, PEPJ 56%, etc. I like to look at the change from the open, so I'm going to do the same thing. So this FNGR is 32% from the open. ABOS is only 12.5% from the open because it fell a bit. But anyway, so that's all well and good. But how am I going to use this to trade? I mean, it's maybe nice to see the stocks that are doing the best in terms of the close or the open or have the highest relative volume, things like that. It might be nice to see, but how am I going to use it to trade? And that's where the racing comes in. All races are started from a top list window. So this race you see here is based on this top list. So I will not see any stocks unless they're between $1 and $50, minimum 200,000 shares, and up at least 2% from the close. And now, of course, you can create your own set of criteria. Once you've done that, if you want to do that, and then you just right click and you launch the race. Okay. But what does the race mean? So I run 4-minute races. Okay. So what that means is a race will start. It'll take 4 minutes to complete. And then once it's completed, another race will begin. When a race is over, there will be a winner. What makes a winner? The stock that moved the most in comparison to every other stock that meets the filter requirements. Okay. Excuse me. So when this race started almost 4 minutes ago, NNOX has moved 3.7%. Oh, I'm not in ABOS anymore. Oh, well. Now ABOS 5.8%, and it won its first race of the day, or I guess the second race of the day. Okay, must have won a race right down there. Oh, I'm looking at Am, so you know what I mean. So that's the whole concept. Then another race will begin, and you'll start to see the ones that are moving the most in relation to moving the most, as long as they satisfy all those filter requirements. It'll show you the stocks that are moving the most. So what happens is when a race is over, of course, a winner is declared. And the beautiful thing about this is that it will create a top 10 watch list for you automatically. So for instance, Tops won 4 races today. Apron, Blue Apron won 2, etc. Okay. And so how you use this now, I mean, because people ask, well, okay, if a stock is winning a race, so I just take the trade. No, that's why you've got to practice trading. Okay. It's showing you that, what it's showing you is, of course, the stock that is in relation to every other stock that meets those filter requirements, it's moving the most. But what I think the beautiful thing about this, though, is that you can click on the stocks that have won races previously. Let's take a look at NNOX as an example. I don't know what I'm going to see. Okay, look at NNOX. I mean, this may be, this may be winning or moving up on the leaderboard really soon. But principle now is that you could look at this NNOX and think, wow, okay, what if it took out this 1265 mark? The next high looking left is 13. Okay. If that meets your trading plan, that if you're, sort of a momentum trader, that might be something you're interested in. So, but you may have seen it here on this pullback by clicking a little earlier. It only won one race. It won one race because, it did this in the first 15 minutes. But what you should do, in my opinion, is just click on these and see what's happening. What's happening with BIAF. I mean, this doesn't look very good right now, but what if it was basing here? What if it was just kind of basing at this 340 level for a while? You might say, well, you know what if it takes out 360? Okay, and you just put a price alert, or you click the buy button and put a buy in there. Okay, so it creates automatically for you a watch list. And that's what I'm trying to say. If you're new to trading, one of the problems can be, okay, I'm getting all these different alerts, not just with trade ideas, but I mean, you're seeing all these stocks that are moving, depending, it doesn't really matter. I mean, if you're using even another service, but you're looking at them, well, what do I do with all this information? How do I trade all this? Well, this allows you to focus, on one scan. Will this scan pick up every single stock that might be moving? Maybe not, but I'll probably guarantee it'll pick up 95 to 98% of them. Okay. Now, this scan here, the large cap gainers from the open, is very similar. The only thing I did now, what you'll see in this scan, these stocks are pretty volatile. You'll see the big percentage moves. Okay, you can see stocks that are moving, well, right there, 3%, 5%, 10%, sometimes 15%. Here you will not. The reason being is that I put a minimum market cap of 500 million and also a minimum float of 50 million. Okay, so you're going to see stocks moving, just you won't see the huge percentages. So you might say, well, why would I want to see that? Why wouldn't I want to see the ones with a bigger percentage? Yeah, great, but because they're so volatile, yeah, it's wonderful when they're moving up, but they can move down just as quickly, if not more quickly. Okay, so there's a lot of whippy action can be here. Not as much here. Okay, not as much. Doesn't mean this is bad to look at though. I mean, look at DNLI. Okay, just click on the alert and see what's happening. I said, there we go. Now it's really extended now. Okay, really extended now. But my guess is that it won a race earlier on in the day, probably here. You could have been watching it right there and saying, okay, what if it holds or pulls back a little bit, starts a move? Because when you look, well, my problem with it would have been probably it was close to that 200-day moving average. But look at it now. I mean, in theory, this has got room to 38.50. Which one did you copy? So I have a question from our YouTube room. Copied and pasted your race scan into load from cloud, and nothing pulls up. Now, if you took these scans, if you take these scans right now, you're not going to see the same top 10 list. Okay, your top 10 list will start from the minute you start to like from your first race onward. Okay. So if you load my scan from my homepage, you're not going to say this. You're not going to see this because you're loading it now. So your top 10 list will be constructed from the time which you start running a race. I start running my races at 9:30 at market open. Okay. So hopefully that's clear. I had a question about that earlier, either last week or something, because somebody just not. And I understand why it was confusing. It's just your race will start, of course, when you open it. Okay, so if you're opening at 11:01 right now, that's when your top 10 list will be constructed from 11:01 now. Well, you won't have a top 10 list, okay, legal. If you just opened it, Okay, you will not have, can you hear me? You won't have a top 10 list. If you just open it and the race is starting, if it's within 4 minutes, if you're running the same one, you won't have a top 10 list yet. Now, if you're running a race, if but if you're using mine, you shouldn't see this, but if your setup looks like this, okay, more like this, which is showing you the last winner on top, which I don't like this, the way this is organized. I much rather see show top 10 winners. Okay. Now, one thing they're going to add is that it will show a stock that won the last race. Um, I don't know how they're going to delineate it from here, because what can happen is a stock can win a race, but if it's the first race it's won, it won't get rid of this one. For instance, this CJNT won a race, only won one race. So if a stock just won a race and it's the first one, it's not going to get rid of anything in the top 10. Okay. So they're going to create a way in which you can see the last one, because this is in essence what this does. This is showing you the last one that won. Oh, look at this. Ah, see, I just messed this up a bit. Okay, legal. So that makes sense. Your top 10, you should, if you've run it for 4 minutes, if you've got mine, you should have one now in the top position. Okay, can you verify that you should have one stock? If you're running this race here, you should have one stock at least in the number one position. Okay, let's take a look. You're saying when you copy the link, nothing happens. Okay, let me make sure my link is not broken. Please don't be broken. Okay, so I just loaded it. I just loaded it and the race is starting. What can I say, legal? I mean, I just load, you saw, I'll do it again. I mean, here it is from my, okay, clicking on my scans. I'm clicking on biggest gainers from the open. I'm clicking on the link. It shows up here in a new tab. I'm going to copy it, and then I'm file, load from cloud, and there's the link right there. You shouldn't have to update. I mean, this is just simple. We copy and paste, and the ability to share links has been around forever. And there it is. It ends in F56, F56, load. And then you don't even you shouldn't have to click that right arrow. It should start. So don't know what to say. If my link was broken or something, but it is definitely not. Anybody else having the same problem? If you're trying to load my biggest gainers from the open or the large cap. Now the large cap gainers from the open, no, it should be fine. It should be fine. Sometimes at the beginning at 9:30, because nothing is meeting the filter requirements, you might have to do a manual start. but it's got nothing to do with updating your software legal. Now, oh, one last thing. Are you using our downloadable application? Or are you in our web-based version? I always forget to ask that question. If you're using our web-based version, racing is not available yet. Oh, you're on a PC. Okay, so you're not on a but you're not using the web-based version. You're using our like the downloadable application because you can use the web-based version on a PC. But that'd be crazy to do, but you could. But you've got a toolbar that looks like this, right? Okay. Well, then I've got no explanation. Ooh, boy, good for you guys who maybe held on to the PRTA. This is now below the VWAP. Teddy, I'm sorry, you asked a question, I'm sorry, a while back. The problem with YouTube is that it doesn't timestamp anything. But anyway, you do not like the topping tails on the daily for ALLK. Are you asking me, do I like them or? Well, there's only one that I see right now, one recent one. I mean, topping tails, obviously, buyers had it up here, sellers knocked it down. I wouldn't be touching this one unless it took out 580. It doesn't mean I would touch it then either, but I wouldn't touch it unless it took out that high. Amps, guys, is starting to work not bad. Took a long time. So legal, let's do this together, okay? If you can still hear me, let's do this together. I want to see, I'll go step by step to see if you're seeing exactly the same thing in the various steps, okay? If you can still hear me. Okay, so let's do this step by step. So I'm going to my home page. Obviously, you can get there. So you click here. So there is the link, okay? So obviously you can see that. So when you click on this top race right there, click on it. Does the string not appear in a new browser tab? That's the first thing I have to know. Yes, no? Okay. Now, I highlight it. Okay, I just basically highlight it and Control C. I've copied it. I've copied it. Okay, you can, I'm sure you know how to do that, right? So now the link is copied. Next step, file, load from cloud. When this box appears, the link should appear right here automatically. Does that happen? If it doesn't, for some reason, you'd have to paste the link in, Control V it in. But does the link appear when you go File, Load from Cloud? I need one more yes. Sorry, I can't tell if that last yes. It doesn't appear. So something's going on there then. So what is it blank? Oh, you did paste it in. Okay, so you did paste it in and you can compare. Can you compare the link that it looks exactly the same? I don't know what yours is going to do, but it should look just look at the last four digits and letters to make sure it is exactly the same. Okay, but you did paste it in. So now you do see the link here. Now when you load it, what happens? I don't know why it's blank, but when you load it, what happens? Okay, now click load, and do you not get it? And then it'll start. All you have to do is click that load button, and then it should load, and it should start. All right, Ija, you win. QTRX actually about 10 pretty easily. All right, so LASL, the news they had a few days ago, I guess 2 days ago, added to the S&P mid cap or small cap 600. All right, guys, well, wish me luck here. I am going to now get into our simulator, and this is what bogged me down in terms of chart loading and everything. They gave me a new build yesterday that was supposedly, and I did test it after hours, but the proof will be right now. Ah, still a little bit of a delay. Yeah, good luck. Thank you. But maybe, after hours it was fine. And it depends whether or not the symbol has been cached or not. No, that's not bad. I don't think I ever clicked on DEI. All right. Well, it's not horrible because I really want to, just talk about the simulator and all for people who are new to trading, or even if you're not new to trading, but you'd like to test out maybe a strategy to see how well it works by taking trades in it. You cannot set up any custom MA. If we don't have the MA moving average, then if you don't see it there, then you can't. Yeah, no, you can't do it, Kishore. Hmm. All right, guys. Well, I still have that little delay, so all right. But I do want to show you how, if you're new to trading, why you should be using our simulator, okay? If you can't make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money with a real account, with real money, okay? Forget about it. What I've done is I put in a Brokerage Plus link. If you click on the link, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video that explains if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? It's a feature only available if you're using if you're on our web-based version, it's not available. But if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas, okay? It just means that you don't have access to this feature. That's all it means. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window, okay? And I like to demonstrate its use as a simulator. Pretty simple to get it. I'll just show you what it would look like for you guys when you first start out. So to load Brokerage Plus, click on New from our toolbar and then click on Brokerage Plus, and then this window will show up. You may have different columns. That's okay. You know, you can have whatever columns you want. Well, not whatever, but you know, here's all the different columns. Don't ask me what they all mean. I think we have way too many, but anyway, you can customize it to the column headers that you want. So that's the first step. Oh, interesting. It's saying connected already. So the next step is to click on Sim. This might be in the new build. There we are. Okay, not connected. Okay, so yours should say not connected. What they're trying to do in upcoming builds, first of all, this whole thing is going to get revised. I don't know when. They're going to try to make it a lot easier. And more than likely, when you load Trade Ideas, it'll probably load automatically and you'll be automatically connected to a simulator. Okay, so you won't have any steps to go through. Now, if you don't want the simulator, that's fine. You know, you can always create your own layout, of course, without the simulator in it. That's fine. But new to trading, we definitely want people to understand how to use the simulator. So it'll say not connected. And then right now, then you click on the sim. It'll change to account. Click on account and then click on simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. It uses our real-time data. So if you don't have a broker yet, if you're still undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading, no problem. All you need is our standard service and you're set to go. It uses our real-time data. So, you know, all you have to do is just click on a symbol anywhere and you can check the chart. Now, what we've done is we have assigned a way in which you can automatically get into a trade by clicking the buy button. Now, if your buy button is grayed out, that means you're on an earlier version of Trade Ideas. Make sure you're on at least, go to our website and make sure you're on at least our production version. I would actually use the data, the beta though, okay? There's nothing wrong with our beta version. So when you click on the buy button, crosshairs will appear. Now, you could do something like this. You might say, well, you know what? I wouldn't mind this Porsche, but only if it pulls back to say 215. So you just move your crosshairs, get that dotted line where you want it, and then left click to release it. And then a blue line will appear on the chart and it'll automatically put a stop in at the low of the day. That's why I'm saying this is not a strategy, okay? I mean, some might have a strategy that's based on the low of the day. That's fine. But, you know, you can always adjust your stop by moving that red line wherever you want. Now, what it'll do, it'll take $5,000 worth of stock at the price you're telling it to take the trade at. This is just automatic. Now, again, once you get used to using Trade Ideas, of course you can assign a different value to that buy button. but just to get people so they don't have to figure out, well, before we had something that was automatic with the buy button, you'd have to go into our strategies, you'd have to enable it, you might have to want to, change things. We're just trying to make it really simple. Okay. Now, if I want to take a trade right now, all I would have to do is drop that buy button right on top of the price and it would take the trade. The other, of course, if I wanted to take a trade on a breakout, maybe a breakout, a higher price, I could do exactly the same thing. Just click the buy button, get your dotted line where you want it to take the trade, and then release it, and then that blue line will appear above. Okay? Can't. So practice trading. Okay? Practice, practice, practice. Yeah, market's putting a little bit of a pop here. So everything is Dow's up actually quite a bit. SPY's up. This is look a little bit different if I, yeah, did it look like that? Well, guys, I hope, I know I nagged this one to death on the AMPS, but it turned out, once it, took out that 14 for about the third time and it held, that was a great, that's turning into a nice little move. And I don't know where it's going. I mean, it's an all-time high, so there's nothing stopping it regarding chart resistance. ABOS still looks strong. I mean, I know you guys want to short this, but it still looks reasonably strong, guys. Depends on that pullback. It did get down to 867. It takes out maybe 922 again. That could get it rolling again. All right, guys, I just want to confirm that it's going to be Jamie in our YouTube room in about half an hour. So also, guys, regarding this top list, okay, well, a watch list, they automatically created watch list for you. If you were in the room yesterday, you would have seen that amps won a whole bunch of races, okay, all day long. I don't know if it was the top one in the list, but my recommendation is that, take a look at the top three anyway and see what they do the next day. This can be, this could turn into a nice little watch list for the next day, depending where the stock closes. Look where amps closed yesterday. Okay, almost at the high. I mean, the high was 14 and it closed at 1389. So it's not magic why I wanted to watch this today. It's because it won a whole bunch of races yesterday. Again, I can't remember if it finished in the top three. I think it did. So can you see the value of a watch list that is automatically created for you, not just for today, but maybe following the big winners of today, follow them tomorrow. See if they have, continuation. Can you not see the value in that? And can you not see the value in focus? Never mind anything else that's going on. Okay? You focus on, I'm not saying this window here, this race here is the be all and the end all. But you can create eventually, you can create your own top list window with your set of criteria that you like to follow. You can even create your own watch list, Miss Crabtree. Well, I got a nag, guys. I got a nag. Yeah, it's in the. Whoa, look at ABOS now, guys. Boy, that took a big pop. It came right back down. Key thing is obviously taking out 10. I mean, if it takes out 10, maybe back this out and just see what sort of, 10 is such a psychological number to try to get through. $10.52 is the next high, I think, looking left, if it takes out 10. If it can somehow take out 10. My feeling is that, later on in the day, if it takes out 10, you may get a surge of more renewed optimism in taking this sort of a trade. Well, so much for Sava having any sort of sympathy play going for it today, really. Now, admittedly, when did Biogen release all that information? Was it after hours yesterday? Oh, this was today. This was pre-market that Alzheimer information was disclosed. I thought based on the way Sava was trading after hours, because look what it did. It got up to 52. Unless is that right? Yeah, this is 7:30 last night, and that's the last candle, 7:45. This is this morning at 4. It's almost as if there was a leak of the Biogen information, because I can't account for why Sava would be moving up like this after hours. And let's see now. Okay, excuse me. Jamie will be in our YouTube room. What time is it now? 11:30. In about half an hour. Okay, so before I do take my break, I will put the YouTube link in. You can head over there if you want to listen to Jamie from 12 to 1. Yeah, so look at Netflix, guys. So Netflix, I think they talked about, excuse me, adding gaming to their. No, I don't think this is because of Atlantic Equities, but aren't they adding gaming? Or they've been trying to add gaming. Maybe it's getting closer. Here we go. So this was on the 27th. Was this after hours? Let's see, 10:58. So this was this morning. This was yesterday. So maybe they're testing in Finland, launching an internal gaming game studio. Oh, I see. They're building it in Finland. I wonder why they're doing that. Anyway, yeah, silver's been a disappointment, I think. I know Shady, you said you got into it again. It's been that news looked pretty sketchy. Like the company says it's replacing. Can we get an absolute? This is yeah. Well, we'll see. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am back again, and boy, the ABOS does not want to give up yet. It's knocked some people out of the trades, I'm sure, getting back to 872, but it is still looking pretty interesting. Well, guys, Sava 43.21 is yesterday's low. Takes that out. I mean, it's a little less than $1 away from that. Takes that out, and you've got nothing until 40 on the little over 40 on the daily chart for Sava. This is really, really sinking. Good patience. I didn't have the patience on the PRTA. Was toying with the idea of taking it underneath the VWAP, but I think I was wrapped up in the ABOS, so that's one thing, when you get into something that is incredibly volatile, you have to pay attention to it. You can't, even for, 30 seconds, you can't turn away because what can happen in 30 seconds or less It's something like this, it's the stock going from, well, from 960 down to 863, just like that. Yeah, X4 just doesn't have enough room for me, Ija. I mean, if you got in at 120 or so, I guess that's okay. But excuse me, to me, you've got the 200 day and you've got 150, which is about the same. Oh my gosh. Anybody have shorts for this one, this AMV? Excuse me, look at this. I mean, just nonsense. So they did the uplisting. I don't know where it uplisted from. Maybe somebody can check. Did that really come from the pinks? Somewhere from the pinks? This AMV? That's no volume, 81,000 shares. TRQ? Well, you got the lawyers coming out, of course, all these class action lawyers, shareholder investigation, et cetera, et cetera. Weren't they, weren't they going to be bought out by somebody? All right, we're going to have to get out of the simulator and want to see. Yeah. Yeah, Mohammed, I don't pay that much attention to the VWAP. Okay, I mean, I don't want to take a trade if the VWAP if it's approaching the VWAP or all, but I'm not a VWAP watcher. In other words, I don't have a scan saying, okay, show me stocks that are near the VWAP and all that. I'm aware of where it is, but that's about the extent of it. Okay, and would I take a trade long if it's under the VWAP? Yeah, depends how what the pattern is. I mean, there's a thought that stocks will get back to the VWAP. So if it's really beaten down, but I don't scan for anything like that. Definitely more aware of the 200-day moving average than the VWAP. VWAP is probably second, the 200-day moving average. But again, it's not that I wouldn't take a trade underneath the 200-day. It's just that I won't take a trade. If I wanted to go long, say MLCO, okay, so there's a 200-day at 717. I take this trade. I mean, if it moved down to 630 and paced and popped, it doesn't bother me that it's underneath the 200-day, just like it wouldn't bother me if it were underneath the VWAP a long ways away. But I know traders that, won't go long unless the stock is over the VWAP and over the 200-day, and that's fine. Well, you know what? I mean, I mentioned this one earlier that if we find a way to take out 1085, so this is one. Now, is this, see, why wouldn't this be showing up here? QTRX. I'm a little surprised that QTRX is not showing up. I guess it didn't have the percentage move. But this is one that, should be watched tomorrow. QTRX. Why? Because the high looking left is 1085. So we're at 1045 right now. If this takes out 1085 tomorrow, maybe even does it today, I don't know. But look left, look at the room it's got. Now the high is 1772. So I mean that has a ton of room. So again, watch this one tomorrow. Not unlike the amps. Now the amps is different because it was an all-time high, but a stock that has all this room. I don't know what they do. I mean, I can read what they do, but I don't know why there's a big move in it today. No idea. It's not an earnings play. I don't see any specific news for it today. Yeah, I don't see any news for it. Not specific news for it today. But I am a little surprised that it didn't show, at least I didn't see it. It may not have won, or it may have been moving higher in here. It just didn't win a race. I just didn't notice it. So here's a good example, okay? And I'm not saying this is going to move, but look at FNGR. You might say, well, why don't I take this trade if it, gets up to 143, something like that. So I'm going to, I'm going to get the simulator going again. I'm going to click the buy button. Okay, so it'll take the trade at 144. Give me a moment. Well, yeah, blue collar. I'm hoping. I was hoping this week, but maybe next week. We are having Real's favorite time of the year. We're having another test drive starting October 14th. I think that is a Monday. Let me just check my calendar. Is that a Monday? October 17th. Okay, October 17th. We're having another test drive starting October 17th. I can almost guarantee it'll be ready by then. The question is, if you're running our races, you can see how smooth this looks, and that's because I've got an option called Use Browser Interface. Again, you don't have that option yet, and that's why I'm pretty sure that the web, although people using our web will have access to the races pretty soon also, because this is using a browser interface. And if I uncheck it, it'll be what you guys see, excuse me, and it's not as smooth as what you see here, kind of a herky-jerky action as things move up and down. I mean, it's not, we would love to release it, but as you know, in the marketing meeting yesterday, it was explained there's just some things that have to get done before. Well, this program, our Trade Ideas program, is going to have a very, very different look once we can get everything AWSing. How's that? Okay. It's going to have a completely different look and feel. And that's why, we have to wait. That's why this Brokerage Plus platform, I find it way too messy, and they know that. Now look at Pep G, guys. Pep G. Did anybody see William today? I haven't seen him today. So guys, I'll make a little bit of an announcement today. I am actually going to be off next week. Now, supposed to be going to Argentina, but we'll have to wait. I don't know how that hurricane is going to affect. We have to go to Houston first and then on to Buenos Aires. But so I know there could be a lot of delays in flights, etc. So Chris Varley will take over in our YouTube room. He's not going to be on the mic the whole time, but he'll take over in our YouTube room between next Monday and Friday, and he'll certainly open the room. But I was hoping that William and maybe Real, I know Real is not in the room all the time anymore, but just to monitor all I really care about. I mean, look, we can get a little annoyed about people putting non-stock information in the stock talk. I'm really more concerned about something really nasty showing up. So that's my main concern. because Chris does have other duties. He cannot be in the room between 8 and 3:30 like I am. So anyway, just to let you know. I do appreciate that, Real. Again, all I'm more concerned about is just horrible posts, and I know we haven't had any for a long time, but you never know. Yeah, well, my wife is going to be speaking at a conference in Argentina, so we thought, you know what? Why don't I just piggyback and I'll be the house husband and take a little vacation with her. She's sort of a working vacation for her. Okay, let's see. Have I got caught up on all the questions? Okay, so Joe and Roger. So, okay, let me see if I can answer. Is the web version also capable to be run on multiple screens? Um, you can stretch it, but not the same way. I mean, I don't like, you cannot have floating windows and put them on other monitors if that's what you mean. Okay, like you can here. But yeah, I mean, you can stretch it across, but that's not the same thing exactly. Talk a little bit about your chart setup on the screens not being shown here. What else should I be looking at rather than what I see here? What are you seeing here, Joe? Can you not see my screen? The screen that I'm sharing? So I don't know what you mean when I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. Can I talk a little bit about your chart setup on the screens not being shown here? So you should see the same thing. Let me just get the YouTube link up. So you should be saying this. So I'm not sure I know what you mean when you say you're not seeing the same thing. Yeah, well, Chris has his own races. Absolutely, China. He has his own races. Okay. So he will be displaying something for sure. And he has his own races. They're very similar to this one. I don't know if he has the gainers from the large cap gainers from the open, but he has something that is very similar to this biggest gainers from the open. Look at the market, guys. This may not have a pullback today. So, Joe, again, I don't know what you meant by that, not being able to see. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you, China. So, Joe, can you hear me? Joe, can you hear me? Now, Jamie's going to be in a room very soon, so may not be able to answer you until 1 o'clock. Oops, Jamie might be there, and I've got the room on mute. Just give me a moment. Jamie might be saying, "Hey, Barry, where are you?" Just give me a moment. There we go. There he is. James, how are you? Maybe he's got the mute. Maybe he's got the room on mute.
Now can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. You do the
There
same
we go.
thing all the time. I put the room on mute and forget to turn it back on. So,
Well, it wasn't muted. I always forget to hit the last little button. I'm like,
oh,
hello, hello.
that one. Yeah. It's crazy. We have to do that, but oh well.
Well, all I can tell you is I like this much better than the prior system that we were
Yeah, no,
using.
I agree. We can talk to each other and have almost as many, well, with 10 people in the room, not that we'd want to have 10 people talking at the same time, but yeah, I agree. A lot easier, the handoff too. All right, my friend, do you want to take over?
Yes, sir. Let me grab the screen here.
Okay.
And I believe I've got it.
All right. Now, can you go to 1 o'clock or do you have to leave early?
No, that's fine. Top of the
Okay.
hour is cool.
Okay. I'll probably show up at about 5 too, so we can have a little chat if we want. But okay, Jamie, I'll put myself on mute right now.
Very good. See you soon. Hello, everybody. How's it going out there? Welcome to my desktop. We've got green today, but as everybody is aware, just finding a little base down here. Hopefully this is going to act as some support and we'll go test that 10 in a couple of days. We'll have to see what happens. Lots of Fed fun out there. Just keeping an eye on this little guy. We had a nice little break here, but not exactly lighting the world on fire. But if KLXE does continue, it's got about another 5% left in it, which is kind of coinciding with this little area of congestion that you see over here. All right, let me make sure my chat is updating properly. QTRX. Beautiful little break here after the run up and a little bit of flagging action. Nice little break from 10 on up to 1075. Nice volume in it as well, about 511. And I always like when I see this, when I'm thinking about hitting a trade, relative volume, we always want to be, as high as possible. But here lately, what I've noticed is, man, when this 5-minute volume is off the chart like this, and that's to the tune of about 13x, 100 being normal, well, that's typically a good sign, to say the least. All right, so I don't think anybody's asked any questions since I got in here. Let's see. I think Barry was addressing Joe's question. A little bit about the chart setup on the screens not being shown here. Okay, Joe, so a little bit about your chart setup on the screens that are not being shown here. Well, Joe, if you have any specific questions about the charts, for example, on mine, I've just got the 5-minute, 15-minute, my daily over here. And then also on a screen that you cannot see would be my weekly. Speaking of the weekly, all eyes were on this level today, that blue line being the 200 period moving average for the weekly on the SPY. And you can see, didn't exactly get down to it today, but putting in that little wick. So that appointment might have to be kept before we do get a little bit of a pop. We'll just have to see how the day ends and tomorrow goes. But if we do not hold up here, you know what that means. All right, so the questions panel is open. If you have any questions, just get them on out there. Decent little crowd in here today. A little slower than normal as far as these active race stocks. Of course, I didn't collect near as many symbols this morning. I had some technical issues that I had to sort out, which kind of threw a wrench in the gears. Hey, Mookie. Um, what does count alerts mean? All right, well, let's just do this. I'm going to duplicate this alert window here. And we'll just pop into the config, a filter. So we can always just click on help, get that exact definition. But it's basically how many times do you want the alert and filter set to have been triggered before you are notified. Where'd my tab go? There we go. Okay. So these filter the alerts based on the value of the count column. The count tells how many alerts like this the server has reported, reset at midnight. So basically what you can do is the following. So right now I've just got this set up as a very simple new high alert with a relative volume of 1.5, and this is only looking at my liked symbol list. But let's say I went in and added the count, and I said, okay, I don't want to see it until that specific filter set and alert has fired 10 times. Then I wouldn't see it until it had triggered that many times, if that makes sense. If I click on the little show me icon here, show me stocks where the number of alerts is at least 10. So in the case of new high, typically each new penny is a new high. In that case, if I left the 10 count in there, it would have had to have made 10 highs, which roughly speaking in today's market would have been a 10-cent move higher, assuming it's trading in a nice orderly fashion. So that's what's going on with count. That is correct. Let's see. That is one feature I haven't really dug into yet. I knew it was coming in the latest in one of the builds. I just didn't know if it had made it into the latest. Let me check on that real quick. One moment, please. All right, just waiting to hear back on that. SG. All right, chart style. There we go. Okay. So let's just pick some random things here. And let's see here, line width. Let's put it kind of in the middle here. All right, and we got the little pop-ups going now. Spy to Netflix. And then you can see the brown line is T. And you just add the symbols in here, select the color, and then you've got the compares. Pretty simple. Give me 1 second here. Just got to make a thermostat adjustment. Be right back. Okie dokie. Finally getting that fall weather here in Texas. All right, not a lot going on. Not used to my ticker being so quiet, but SPY taking a nap here. All the lower time frames well below normal. Okay, so these are my favorite races, but I have been working on trying to find some more liquid stocks. So these are the ones that are trading a million a day on average. And let's do a little comparison here. ATXI, that's one of the usual suspects. Top's looking like it was going to run this morning, but bumped its head right up here at the top of that candle from the 22nd. Seeing this, this is like so common these days. The run up here lately, not a lot of continuation and right back down. Not bad for scalping opportunities though. Swing trading's been a little bit more difficult. Oh, and boy, the reverse split. Mind Meds did a reverse split not too long ago. And everybody was hopeful, but it just didn't work out. And that's why they typically call the reverse split the kiss of death, and then was greeted with a gap down today as well. So didn't work out too well for old MindMed. Plus, they're raising additional shares or funds, I think, today. Yep, 7M in securities being re-offered. Not a good sign. And the market reacting accordingly. That's a good question, Lester. Do you find your setup overwhelming or overstimulating? Actually, no, because pretty much what you see right here is what I focus on. I've got maybe another chart on the other screen and some races that I'm experimenting around with. But my methodology is very simple and therefore avoids confusion and getting overwhelmed. Now, trading in general can get a little overwhelming from time to time, but it's all about going in with the simple game plan. So the reason I like what I'm doing recently with the races, as far as scalping goes, is the methodology is very simple. The market opens. I'm watching my races. I don't have them on top 10 at that point in time because, well, there's no winners yet. So I've always got these on show all winners. When the market opens, also keep in mind that all of these races are 1 minute races. So every 1 minute, I'm getting three symbols to look at, right? First minute, three symbols, second minute, more stocks. And my process is this. As soon as a stock wins a race, I simply click on it and I like it, right? That adds it to my liked symbols list. So during the first 15 minutes, or right on the open, I should say, my process is the following. I'm watching 5 minute candles on the open. I've also got pre-market shown. So there's always the question to trade or to not to trade on the open. Well, it's okay to trade on the open as long as you have a plan, right? So as I'm looking at these symbols and liking them so that they get added to my list, I'm also checking out the pre-market range. For example, AVIR, if I would have pulled this up on the open and saw this pre-market range, I would have no interest in it. Not really, because it's just too spotty and there's no cohesion as far as the pre-market goes. And when you look at something like Netflix today, as Barry was discussing, big news out. I think this move caught a lot of people kind of off guard. Didn't really expect Netflix to get up and boogie today. But a much different looking pre-market range here. Now, this opening candle here on the pre-market is technically the high. So if we draw a line straight across, notice that it opened pretty much right at that level. Kind of hemmed and hawed in that first 15 minute through some elbows, but then it caught some traction and this line held, right? And then we got a little springboard effect there, right? So yeah, if you would have jumped into Netflix in the first 5 minutes, you know, let's say your eyes went to this level here, that last part of the pre-market range where we got a little flattening. If you would have used that level, boy, you would have barely stayed in it, right? But Netflix and these bigger stocks are notorious for throwing elbows like that. But if you liked what was going on there and you were willing to stomach that risk level right there, well, you had a game plan. They almost got you, but they didn't quite get you, and it paid off. So you've got a relatively small risk area down there compared to the end reward area. You could probably fit that in there 4, maybe even 5 times. So that's a good risk to reward ratio. So if I see something conducive on the open and the pre-market range is acting as a guide, then I'll take the trade. Otherwise, I'm just collecting symbols, and just like Barry, I typically wait at least 15 minutes before I do anything because you have to have some bars to look at, right? Of course, you could go a little bit smaller. You could go 1 minute candles on the open. Um, that's just not really my style typically. See if we can find a decent example here. Okay, apron not too shabby, just a little too crowded there, so I'm going to go back to 5. Okay, pre-market action. A little higher in the pre-market. Went down here and tested this area from yesterday and then put in a bounce. But notice as we grind back up, we start pecking at that level. One try, back down. Second knock on the door. You know, this looks like a second mouse gets the cheese. If you tried it right here, you might have got stopped out. But second time's a charm. Second mouse got the cheese on that one. So the pre-market's always interesting, an interesting level to, be aware of for support and resistance early on. Otherwise, I'm just waiting for this alert window as I add symbols from my list to my liked list. Then my super simple new high ticker here is simply pointed at my liked list. So all the stocks that I've liked, when they start hitting highs, I'm going to be alerted. And then I simply see if the opening range break is conducive to what I look for. For example, FEAM, not really conducive. I like to see some flat action or maybe a little U-shape action here. And like I said, my list is a little thin today because of my technical issues. This one isn't too bad. Not the best pre-market activity, but even so, you can see on the open, once we got above that level, it never really looked back. And then this one did set up kind of nice here. So we popped a high in the regular session. So the high and low were put in on that opening 5-minute candle. And then we get a little range bound right here for 1, 2, 3, 4, 20 minutes. Then we break that opening range right there. Tighten it up because it's technically the high of that candle right there. And once we broke through here, it was off to the races. So a nice and simple range break on this candle here, just reporting right here, because that's where the volume started to get peppy. But this would have been a really nice entry here. And that's just a simple opening range break. And if we're trying to assess risk here, okay, if I do get long here, well, what's my risk? What I typically do, not including the entry candle, is just look back at the prior low for the 15 minutes. 1, 2, 3, low would have been right here. So this is your risk, and this is the reward area for that trade. Apron still doing its thing. Looks like it's trying to go again. And we can see right here, if apron continues, and it does have some decent 5-minute volume of 3x, not bad on the relative side. But if we do keep on trucking, we've got about another 7% or 42 cents from here. So that'd put us right around 630-ish to the top of this candle, more than likely, right here. So that's what we're looking at. That room right there, that value is being represented in this column right here, just for easy reference. All right. Let's see. How about beat? Yeah, we were talking about this one yesterday. I know Steve made a good trade in beat, which is a heart, uh, something to do with monitoring your heart health, cardiovascular diagnostic technology, ECG collection outside of the medical institution. But a nice gap up, got this little U pattern formation. And then boom, once we broke, you can see that big candle from the 26th and went up there and tested it, popped a new high today. Beat not looking too bad on the weekly as well, being a relatively young stock. This is all of the weekly candles. Go up here and do a little anchor VWAP action right here. And boom, that was the magic level right there. Yeah, Moon, this is Andy's top list, right? If we take a look at the top list, it's just the good old Dawn of the Dead top list that Andy created quite a while back. But been finding some pretty good plays off of this one as well. When they do light up, they light up. Sure, I'll drop that cloud link in here for the race. All right, there's the cloud link for the Dawn of the Dead. Yeah, it was a couple of people in the trading room. I believe it was Real and or Mike talking about how they liked it. So I added it to my screen. I'm like, hey, good call on that. You're welcome, Blue. Yes, Peter. Getting back to apron. Next level of resistance is this area right up here, as it's dictating in the column here. Right here. So yeah, I mean, it's going to get a little interesting when we get up to if we do get up to this level. And if we wanted to, anchored VWAP, it's not just for IPOs, right? We can always establish anything of interest, an anchor from any point of interest. If we say, okay, let's anchor the VWAP to the high. Notice what we have going on here. Okay. Now, if we get a close above the purple line, which is the anchored VWAP from the high here, that could be a bullish sign. And we might see these levels. Who knows? We could see these levels today. But if we get a nice strong close above the purple VWAP, well, then that might be a good bullish sign for next session achieving these levels. But yeah, it is getting a little crowded from this area back in here, Peter. Yeah, Mookie, the Market Explorer windows are different than your typical windows. For example, I've got the 10-day SMA play here. So if I right click and go to configure, you have a very, you have a specialized window here. Would you say when you try to do the others, it brings you back to select a strategy. So you have to do it from within the window, right? If you just spawn a new Market Explorer window like this, then it does prompt you to select a strategy. But if we go to configure from there, we still get this interface pop up. So whether you do it from a selected strategy or just the basic window, and you can see some offer the config. Like I just pulled up the RSI divergence. If we look at the 10 period here, it gives me the ability to pop into configure, but not here. So it appears that each one's going to be just a little bit different as far as the configs. But from the newly spawned window, it does offer you that option. Don't see how to get on configure. Okay, so see what I do right here, Mookie? I've got my Market Explorer daily 10 period SMA. If I right click, configure's down here, right? Now, if I also just spawn a new Market Explorer window here without even selecting a strategy, it also gives me the configure option down here. So that should do it for you, unless that is not available on the version that you're on. So if you pull Market Explorer, I'm always on the latest dev version. So some of the features might not have made it into the production build yet. So if you spawn a new Market Explorer window and you're not seeing the configure option, then that's probably it, I would think. Nice little breakout there on amps yesterday. Yeah, then I can only assume, Mookie, that it has not been added yet, because the latest our latest beta is 5.6.9, and as you can see, I'm on 5.6.16. I'm just scanning the release notes here. And I don't see anything regarding Market Explorer. So it should be making its way. You just never know when exactly. All right, the questions panel is open. I know what I was going to do. Okay, so it's a little slow right now. Of course, as traders, we always like to see something going on here. So for example, this is just looking at the entire market. Pretty simple filter set here. Relative volume, volume on the 5 minute, it's got to be accelerated. It's got to be up from the close, doesn't matter how much, and it's got to be up from the open, right? But here's the kicker. There has to at least be, if one of these stocks is hitting a high, there has to at least be 5% to the next level of short-term resistance. So usually if it gets dead, I'll pull this guy up, right? And of course, they're not all going to be pretty, but you automatically get the next, what the next amount of room might be. So let's just take a look here at some of the things that have come through. Are they continuing or are they pulling back? URTY had 10%, but look, it's not really doing much. Look over here. Always consult the daily as well, just to give a look-see. Of course, it's a little late in the day, so I'm more interested to see how these did, say, after the first 30 minutes at least, or maybe the magical 1 hour mark. A lot of ETFs coming through here. But interestingly enough, right at the 1 hour mark, even though this is an ETF, notice we're hovering right around that break area. Boom, 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 pecking at it right here, saying, okay, TMF does go. It might go 6, 7%. And we did get a nice little lift here from 878, just a little past 9. Hello, Hoppy Toad. For a minute, I thought it said Happy Toad. Do you know how market turn dates are predicted and back tested for possibilities? Also, do you know how market forecasting models are made and back tested? Ooh, forecasting, not really. I mean, you could say that a statistical back test is a forecast of what might happen from a statistical standpoint. But market turn dates, you got me there. Are you just talking about, for example, when you say market turn, and we look at the SPY? I mean, are you just calling the up here the turn, Hoppy? Because as traders, I mean, you could say that we use charts to forecast where the stock might be going or predict, but I'm not really sure that's you know what you mean there. I guess it depends on the secret sauce, that the market forecasting models are using. You know, we here all try to stick to a technical perspective, looking at the charts, as Steve likes to say, the footprints in the sand to tell us where we might be going. Of course, the, that's it's never guaranteed, even looking from analyzing things from a technical perspective. Now, looking at the SPY here, the looming 200-day moving average pretty much tells the story here. So as we were grinding back up here, you know looking all the way back here, was acting as support for a little while, then resistance, and then swoon, 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 all the way back up to it, and boom, bumping its head on it again. So as we were grinding up here, one could have forecasted, hmm, we might get tapped by that 200-day moving average and cycle back down again. I mean, that's from a very simplistic standpoint. But of course, when you bring in fundamentals and economists into the equation and money printing and all that good stuff, well, things get a lot more complicated. So there's all kinds of different models out there that people attempt to use to predict. All right, let's see what this little guy. All right, we got a nice little poppy going on right here, telling me if it does continue, might have 4 Now, we had 5%. Now we've already moved up 2.5% since that break there. And this little guy's cooking with hot grease. Check out the 5-minute volume there. Only 94 times normal and a pretty rockin' relative volume there as well. So textbook of a late day breakout or a later in the day breakout. Repeating itself. We got the first orb here. We got the second one going on right here. Finger motion. Yeah, let's look at CVNA. Yep, had some legs. The car vending machine people. Yeah, and getting back to your comments about model prediction and whatnot, Hoppy. You can call me a short-term thinker because model forecasting, so forth and so on. I mean, from a simpleton's perspective, which I am definitely a simpleton, simple is better. It's all about what we have going on here. How many days are we going to go sideways here before we go down here and test this low again or attempt to reclaim this area? Unknown, right? Could be 2, could be 3, could take all of next week. So, it's not necessarily a bad thing if we vacillate up and down here. It's going to make for some good volatility. And, you know, anytime a key level like this is on the verge of being tested, well, we're all going to be sitting here every day watching for it in real time, and then we will react when the opportunity presents itself. Of course, we're going to be trading during this chop, but when we get a break, either to the downside or reclaim this area and start to attempt to grind back up to start tangling with some of these moving averages that are all fanned out above us, then we'll adjust accordingly. But right now, as far as my trading style goes, I'm being very quick. I'm not giving things a lot of room if they're going against me. As soon as you get up a little bit, everybody's got their own little system that they use. But typically, if I'm scalping here lately, close to the open, as soon as I get up 3-4% in something that's moving briskly, I'll go ahead and peel half of it off, try to stick to the other half with a break even stop. Because a lot of the times these big rippers look like they're going to sustain, but they will turn. And if you don't take the cookies, when the plate comes back, it's just a little bit of crumbs. What do quants at Goldman Sachs use for their trading models? Boy, that's a good question. And if you find out, you let me know because that's some of the most highly guarded stuff that's out there, right? When you look at a level 2 these days and you look at that crazy level 2 action, good example is, if we just take finger on this last run, by the time I see it here at this price, a buck 60, by the time I look at it on my level 2, my order entry panel, a lot of the times it's already back down to 155 or maybe even lower. And that's due to the algorithmic trading that's going on in the markets on a daily basis. So I wish I knew, Hoppy, but you have to understand people like JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, quote unquote, market makers, um, they spend an ungodly amount of money on their tech. And one thing is for certain, they're going to keep that proprietary and very secretive um, because if it got out, well, they just have to ditch it because it wouldn't be good anymore. But that's a good question. Unfortunately, I do not know the answer to that. And this type of action that we're seeing on finger is very typical here lately. Okay, we got a little break. Not exactly lighting the world on fire, but if you did make that execution, you're at least profitable right now, but not by very much. And of course, getting a little duplicate action on that finger. Oh, look at that. As soon as I pulled it up, it started going. Interesting. So notice what I just said. 1098, and it's already back down to 1090, right? As we try to break above this little level right here. And then we've got this big gap to deal with. That's why we're seeing such a large number right here, 61%. Tell you what, I'm just going to put a little tester out there just so I'll keep an eye on it. Since action is limited right now, this looks as good as any to keep an eye on. And our relative volume, decent. And then we've got that big volume on the 5-minute level, almost 15% of normal. It's always nice to see the volume bars, but seeing the exact metrics, a little bit more eye-opening. Talk about a beautiful opening range break here on the QTRX. Doesn't get any prettier than that. And talk about low risk. 1, 2, 3. Just primo right there. Yeah, back to your comment there, Hoppy, about the quants at Goldman Sachs. In the olden times, when I say olden times, I mean mid to late 90s, it was a completely different market. Very mechanical, but electronic, where you could see all the market makers, who was on the bid, who was on the offer. It was very orderly, right? Now it's kind of chaotic. You don't really know who is doing the buying or the selling. You just see the ECN or the quote unquote market maker these days. So it's a very different market, and that is the algos, and that is Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan and all the big boys, Bank of America, Wells Fargo. they're the ones running all the market making algos, and it's very difficult to, actually figure out who's doing the buying and selling, if not impossible. That's kind of the way they like it. Let's take a look at QTRX on those weekly here. What's the high there? 10, 12, and we're well above it. A young IPO. I guess Beyond Meat didn't work out like they thought it would. Boy, how it's fallen from 250-ish down to 15 and change. I guess the true test is during all the pandemic mayhem, when the grocery stores were cleaned out, you'd go to the meat substitute section, but yet all the Beyond Meat products were still there. So even when the stores were ransacked, everybody passed on the Beyond Meat products, it appears. Another stock that they thought was going to be one of the darlings, this Backed Holdings, Bitcoin processing payment, yada, yada, yada. Wow. Well, hello, Circle. How are you? Well, I think everybody. Okay, and there's QRTX busting out again here. Give me something to play with here. Oh yeah, getting back to your comment there, Circle. Yeah, a lot of breath holding yesterday, right? But fortunately, we got that little saving close above, and I think everybody's breathing a little easier, depending on how long they may or may not be. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's interesting times right now. You are correct, Peter. Real protein is cheaper and healthier, I might add, than the fabricated whatever that is. Um, but yeah, if these food processing plants keep magically burning down, I saw in France the other day the largest open air produce market in the world also mysteriously burst into flames. Interesting. Probably not a bad play there, Circle. The inverse Kramer ETF. Yeah, that's one thing we do have here in Texas. Plenty of cattle. Well, for now, anyway. Typically, the rule of thumb on stuff like that is just look at the ingredients list. If it's a paragraph, you probably are better off not consuming it. That's my guideline anyway. Is that Barry?
That's me.
I heard some clicking.
You heard a little psst. That's my entry. Jamie, I want to pick your brain on something, if
Sure,
you don't mind.
sure.
On the QTRX,
Mm-hmm.
okay, QTRX, which is of
Yep.
course turned into, by the way, IJ, if you're still listening, yes, you were right, I was wrong. I actually tried to short this one just underneath 10, got out with a small loss, and then it powered through 10. But I've heard you talk before about pre-market breaks. I know you talked about it, the opening range break
Yeah.
on this QTRX, but I've also heard you talk in the past about opening pre-market breaks, or am I wrong?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're right.
Okay,
You're right.
I'm right. Okay,
Yes.
okay. So what do you use? What sort of a scan do you use? Do you use a top list for the and find stocks that are very close to the pre-market break, and maybe put a five or an alert window, maybe a 5 minute high or something like that? How do you actually alert yourself to when a stock is well, because we don't have a real-time alert of when a stock actually takes out the pre-market high. So what do actually you do?
Yeah, and I kind of go about it the reverse. It's kind of a reverse process. It's not the primary factor. It's just that if I notice, okay, and what do I mean by that? You know, all I'm doing, since these are all 1 minute races, right? After the first 1 minute, I see the first three winners, right? So I'm just clicking on the symbols and liking them to add them to my watch list for the day, right? But then I'll
Hmm.
just I'll consult the pre-market range. If a stock that I just added to my liked symbol list because it won a race, right on the open, if it has a decent pre-market range and I want to go ahead and take a shot at getting in now, 1 minute, 2 minutes into the open, and I can stomach, you know, the bottom or the last little consolidation period that the pre-market range put in as my stop loss, then I'll go ahead and take the trade um, on the open, right? But it's
Okay.
secondary. It's secondary. It's just as I'm adding my race winners, if I like what's going on in the pre-market range and the stock's approaching that level, um, then I'll hit it.
So when you're talking about an opening range break, you're talking on 1 minute.
Well, for example, look at Sober right here. Okay,
Hmm.
all right, that would have been pretty decent right there, but that's still pre-market, right?
Right.
Now, if this bar would have occurred as the say the first opening bar of the regular session, right? Let me just see if I can find a different example here. I mean, this is not a thick pre-market range here, right? But it still acts as a signpost, right? Okay,
Hmm.
not exactly the type of you wouldn't want to be in there. Maybe you would, I don't know. But all I'm paying attention to is this level here, right? So this is the opening candle, right? That's the 830 bar. And it just nestles right up and breaks the range of the pre-market. So you see, if you would have gotten that one, it would have worked. And then it sets up again in the regular session. If I stretch this out a little bit, Okay, so if you saw FNGR win a race, and I'm like, huh, not the prettiest pre-market range, but it's a range nonetheless. I might go ahead and take some here because it's breaking this level right here, right? Just a
So
simple,
that's on a 5 minute. So you're not using a 1 minute.
well, exactly. I'm typically watching 5 minutes on the open.
Okay. Now, when you say not a big range, so what constitutes like I mean, you're saying finger doesn't have a big range in the pre-market. What would constitute a bigger range, say for finger? Like what are you looking for?
Well, I think I said not liquid. It's not a very liquid pre-market,
Oh,
but
liquid.
it's still
Okay.
a
Okay.
range, right?
Right.
So on the open, especially if it's a race stock and it's about to break that level, I mean that's still a range break. It's just not an
Hmm.
opening range break, it's a pre-market range break, right?
Right.
So, a lot of the times when those levels are broken, whether it be to the up or the downside, and you can stomach the risk here. I mean, what were you risking right here? That's a buck 13. Uh, you know, bottom of those candles right there is a buck 5, so you're risking 8 cents, right?
Right.
You're risking 8 cents. If it folds over on you, that's your stop loss, you know, and that's where a lot of people get ran over in the open. They'll try to get into something or they'll get into something, but they won't have their stop loss in play. Well, if you can just
Hmm.
reference the pre-market for A, your entry, and B, your stop loss, well, that takes the fear away, But in this case, a lot of the times when they're breaking that opening or that pre-market range, that acts as a nice little catalyst for the first pop. And then in the case of FNGR, it's set up again in the regular session. So,
Hmm.
you can, and I love it when I get into an amount here. So you're nice and profitable. Then the stock flattens out. Then you can make that second entry. Wait for
Right.
the second setup in the regular session.
Well, I have such a phobia about taking anything in the first 15 minutes. However, I suppose if I looked at something that was breaking out over the pre-market high, maybe that'll change my thinking a little bit. Maybe on only those. I can see setting up a top list though, and finding stocks that are very near the pre-market high, and just kind of maybe putting even an alert window. So stocks near the pre-market high, and
Hmm.
then with a 5 minute, maybe a new 5 minute high or something like that, and see if it takes it out. I mean, the QTRX was awesome. I mean, and of course it's looking even more awesomer with that with that potential void fill. But it intrigued me when you were talking about an opening range break because I really don't pay that much attention to opening range breaks as such. But I did look at that one, and 940 was the pre-market high. So once it took that out on that first even 15-minute candle, that was off to the races.
Yeah, and I
Now,
mean
do they all work like that? Of course not. But
this is an ugly little pre-market activity here, but it still
mhm.
acts as a signpost, right?
Right, right. Okay.
And that's just that's perfect. So what I've been doing is I've set up a spreadsheet and I'll insert all my race winners for each day in there and go back and look. And, I've got two columns. I'm like, did it set up in the pre-market? Yep. Did it set up in the post-market? And, of course, there haven't been a whole lot here lately that did that. But I tell you what, and they can do it in the reverse. In the reverse too. Like if we look at Ape from like last Monday, which was just 2 days ago. Where'd my pointer go? Okay, so let me just scroll back over here. All right, yeah, there's my arrows. Okay, so Ape did it reverse back on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
So opening candle here, took a leg up here, put in its high, went back down, came back up and tested it. So it broke out in the regular session first and had that nice move. But then once you're in it from the regular break, then you go here, right? And you're like, okay, well now it's got room. Jeez, sorry about that. Okay, that just I just got my ears blown out by the speech to text there. But
Okay.
getting back to
Thought
Ape here,
thought of something I
um,
said.
no, 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 it was my trying
Okay.
to say my hearing there. Okay, so see, this one did it in reverse order, and I like these too because You got the range break in the regular session, nice and clean, and then you're like, okay, now it might go test the pre-market, and sure enough, once we got up here, boom, we that acted as the second catalyst. This one just did it
Hmm.
in reverse. So a lot of the times if they set up nicely in the regular session, and they've got that higher pre-market range, then that's also a good thing. A lot of times they'll go test that pre-market, but that'll be secondary instead of first.
Right.
So
Okay.
it's more of just a look see for me. It's not really a priority
Right.
because a lot of the race winners aren't, the majority of them aren't going to have uh, the timing's not going to be there. They'll already be through it, or it'll be too thin. But just using it as a point of interest, and if the risk is there, that helps take the sting out of making an opening trade without the fear of getting smushed.
Right. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah,
Thank you
and of
for that,
course it's
Jamie.
simple. It's simple too, which me, I'm a simpleton. So
Well, I liked what you said. I mean, you're not a simpleton, but I have a very simple way of trading also. I don't complicate it very much. I don't have lots of fancy indicators. So I'm just like you, really, when it comes to that. I don't, I just have a very simple style of trading. And if I don't see, if I'm a momentum trader and if I look left and I don't see a lot of room, I just don't take the trade. Doesn't mean that, the stock could just power through what I think might be a little bit of a resistance area, but I just don't take the trade, just a rule. And, it's a trading, Michael Noss always talks about having a trading plan. And that's one of my trading plans. If I don't see the room, I mean, it sounds obvious, but I know people will take the trade and sometimes it'll work, even if from my perception, there's no room for it to go till it hits the next high. And of course, sometimes they just power right through. But that's just a rule I've got, and I adhere to it.
that's why I really love this column, next higher low percentage,
Hmm.
because as soon as they come through, I'm just like, you don't even really have to look at the chart. You
Exactly.
can. I mean, we always do because we're trained to do it, but
Yeah.
especially on the open when things are hot and heavy, and I see these big values, right? Um, then it just makes it easier just to go ahead and push the button and get on to the next one.
And that's a custom formula, of course.
Correct.
Yeah.
We had next higher low decimal for a long time, but then Michael whipped up the percentage
Hmm.
version. But
Yeah.
just simplifies the process.
All right, Jamie, I think I'll take over. They're wondering where
Hey,
I am in the main room.
real quick here, since you
Yes.
trade through IB, okay,
Yes.
when you are trading and getting filled, are you getting filled in the micro pennies, or are they rounding you up to the whole number?
Am I getting filled in the micro pennies or the? I can get filled. I see what you mean. No, I've seen fills like, for instance, if I went into ABOS, I've seen fills at like say 903 and a half.
Right. So
If that's what you mean.
you are
Yes.
getting the actual fill. It's
Yeah.
interesting because I've been comparing a lot of the well, not all of them, but several. Like Schwab, you can participate in the micro pennies, right? But I
Hmm.
noticed on E-Trade, no, they just give you the rounded up or down number.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, does that really make that big a difference? I suppose it does it depending on how many shares you're
Well,
taking, but
think about this is what I've been pondering, and I'm trying to formulate a little plan to try to see what might be there. Okay. But for example, you're still paying commissions, right? So let's
yeah.
say you're getting charged 0.0003. That's a $3 a thousand or 30 cents a hundred, right?
Hmm.
All right. So back in that model, if you could average a penny a share, you were still making some pretty good money, right? There's four
Hmm.
tenths left over for you after you paid 0.003 in and out.
Right.
Well, now with the micro pennies on some of these bigger liquid names, um, if you have commission free trading and you're hitting market buy and market sell to get in and you're getting the middle of the spread, well, in the older model, if you could make a penny, you'd have four tenths left over. But now in a commission free environment where you're actually getting to participate in that spread, and it's pretty consistent, you're getting
Hmm.
filled in the middle there. Well, all you got to do is make something.
Right.
Make a tenth of a penny, whatever. It reopens the door for trading large blocks and you know things change. So anyway,
Right.
I'll
I
let you
haven't
know what I
analyzed it
find out.
that, yeah, okay, sure. All right, Jamie, I think I'll take over right now.
All
I'm going to
right,
take
sir.
this stream. Thanks for your hour, as always.
No problem. We will see you later on.
You bet. Okay,
Bye
bye-bye.
bye.
All right, guys, a little bit late talking to Jamie in our YouTube room for a bit. So now the news tab, let's take a look. Yeah, yeah. Well, this is the first day. I know our news has been, it's, it's a work in progress to be revamped about how we're getting our news and all. But yeah, I do see that. I don't really use our news tab that much, so it hasn't really affected me. I like to see our news tab because looking for things that happened in the past, not so much for today. But you're right. So QTRX guys, boy, what a now this is a great example. Okay, I mean I was wrong. I shorted this one just underneath 10. Had a little bit of profit in it. Was looking for a lot more. Got out basically flat. I think I lost a little bit on it. But the bottom line is I had a stop. I obeyed my stop and I didn't get stubborn thinking, it'll come back down again. And I'd be in a world of hurt if I had done that. Okay. So that's why it's so important to have a stop and obeying it. It's okay to admit you're wrong. Big part of trading is you're going to have losses, and it's just a matter of managing your losses so that they don't kill you. Okay. Yeah, just as I'm talking about it, it's starting to give it up. Now, if you were short this one, I'd be looking at that 1050 level right there, that 1060 level right there. A couple of 15-minute candles, lows. But look at this market. Nice to see one day like this. Now let's hope. What time is it now? A little after 1, so we have 3 hours left. Let's see if this can hold on. All right, guys, let's see. Surf. Haven't seen surf for a while. Wow, look at surf. Again, a little extended right now, but so what we're seeing today is a huge, huge difference from probably it seems like months now. We're starting to see some of these smaller ones have some continuation as opposed to being constantly just chopped up. A little more confidence in this is for today. Okay. A little more confidence in taking these. This ABOS is still looking interesting, guys. I mean, it's hanging around that 9 level, does not want to give it up so far. ABOS, play off the Biogen news. Circle, are you talking to me? Is that just because of the market? I think so. If that's what you're talking about, a little more continuation even on the smaller ones. I think so. Whoa, look at sober now. Good for you, Shady. I know you stuck it out a couple of times. Look at sober now. I mean, it was a challenge, but look at sober now, SOBR now. And the high here is 265 and then 336. So it did have that news. Too bad this didn't happen right from the get-go, but it had to have that pullback and chop, a lot of chop around there. But the fourth time it took out two, that was the charm, I guess. Now, I remember yesterday when I drew a trend line for the very, very first time. I can't remember the name of the stock, and then it just crashed right down through it. I think it might have been that ATXG or something, but I was thinking of drawing a little trend line on ABOS on the 15-minute chart. But it is moving now, guys. ABOS is moving now. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't like to brand things like that, Chavs. I mean, whether we call it a dead cat bounce day today or qualify as follow through day, I don't know. I just don't like to categorize things. Mainly because I'm an intraday trader, so it really doesn't matter to me. But at some point, yeah, I mean, you know, but listen, it's still early. It is still early, believe it or not. I mean, it still has a little less than 3 hours. I mean, a lot can happen. The interesting thing will be see, can it continue tomorrow? That's all. So bottom line is, I'm not going to say yes, it is a dead cat bounce or a follow through day. Well, not really a follow through day. I mean, the market. I know I had one of the indices. I think was positive, but they weren't all. I mean, the SPY wasn't. I think the deal is try to take advantage of it today as we can, because this may not last. So take a look at QTRX QTRX right now. Look what it's doing on that ADMA and the 20 SMA. Now, yes, I'm sorry, the 10 SMA. Yes, I'm using pre-market data, but is it going to bounce off those two? Right now, we don't know. I mean, it's sitting right on it, right on them. And the VWAP is 1014. I haven't seen that one for a while, Poe. You got a little "Come on, you fool." I like it. I love it. Never fails to crack a smile for me. So guys, now what I'm kind of waiting for is some stock that appears out of nowhere in this list right here. This biggest gainers from the open, the more volatile nature, the more volatile of the two. Some stock that we haven't seen all day, never won a raise, maybe it didn't even appear here. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, you see it. And you'll start to see it, moving up the leaderboard. Click on it and see what's happening. Like Foxo, I don't know what's happening with Foxo. I haven't seen Foxo all day long. It did not win a race. Hey guys, so I'm not able to show the simulator as well as I want, but I just wanted to show you here. Remember, I was going to take in the simulator, taking the FNGR if it pulled back to a certain level, okay? And that's what happened. It pulled back to 145 because I put that, and that's what happened. It took the trade. Now I can move my stop up. Of course, I would never have my stop way down here at 105. And now we'll see what happens. Now, of course, I don't have to wait for my stop. I can always get out of the trade. This is in the simulator, okay? Actually, I think I'm wrong. I think I took this on a pullback. Yeah, pullback. Let's see, is that right? Because I'm looking at the max P&L. That's as if I got out of this trade right up here at 161. But anyway, we'll see what happens on this. Boy, I tell you guys, this ABOS is looking really interesting. The longer it keeps basing here, imagine if you get some volume and the volume is tailed off. Look at the 15-minute chart. The volume is tailed off, but if we get some volume to push it right through, I mean, this could have another run. Again, this is all because of Biogen and their Alzheimer news that was released. But you know what? Look at this pop here. Look at this pop here for ABOS after hours. And we saw Sava do the same thing. And look, I want to take a look at PRTA also. Yeah, this is a little interesting because unless I'm reading this wrong, was Biogen, maybe Biogen was halted here, after hours. It was halted? Anybody know to confirm that? Because there was no action with it after hours yesterday. Maybe it was halted and then they released the news today, or they knew what the news was and it got halted because I can't figure out why those other Alzheimer's plays had the after hours pop yesterday when Biogen didn't. So thank you. So it was hated. It was halted late after hours. Okay, thank you. So that had to be it because it doesn't make any sense why the other ones. Okay, great. That's the reason. Do not remember that, Captain. Mm-hmm. Biogen. Well, if whatever they've got, if it truly will work, and I haven't examined, haven't looked at the press release in any depth, but if this truly works, I mean, this could be sky's the limit. I don't care if it has 144 million in the float. I mean, the sky's the limit. Problem is, we don't know 100% that that's the case. How costly is it? All these things have to come into play. But right now, let's sort of look at the good news, look at the positive side of this. I'm sure we've all been touched by that horrible disease. So I shouldn't say all, but many of us have. Don't have docs on that one. Must be outside the price range that I've got. Yeah, just outside. I think I've got a $30 price range on his. That's my, actually I don't, 2 and 50. I wonder why. And the volume's fine. I wonder, did Zach take out the volume in the last 5 minutes? 200% of normal? He may have taken that out. All right, guys, so this QTRX, it's looks like it's trying to give it up a little bit. It is now through that 10 or 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart. Yes, including pre-market data. Yeah, so here are my filters for that. So everything was right, but I think, did he did he get rid of this? I can't remember the last 5 minutes, 200% of normal. I think this is the original. I haven't really changed it. All right. You're talking about Biogen's drug? Yeah, sorry. I ended up taking that. Now I'm sure, where is your 8 EMA on QTRX on the 15? Let's see how close it is to what I've got. I've got it at around 860, 861, 1061, 1061, 1062. Just interested to see how close it is to what you've got. Well, maybe, well, yeah, okay, even right now, because it hasn't really changed that much since I took the short on it. 1057. Okay, so okay, I mean it's 4 cents. I'm not going to quibble about 4 cents, I guess. I mean, I'm eyeballing it, of course. I mean, it may even be 1058 or 10. It's going to be very close. So that was the deal, guys. You know, I was saying, will this 10 SMA, 8 EMA, which are virtually the same right now, will it hold it? So far, no. So far, no. And the fantasy level would be way down here. I doubt if it's going to get down to 981, but yes, KLXE is right here. Yeah, it's wow. Yeah, it just popped up here. So guys, I mean, if you have this sort of a race, you will not miss these fast movers. Okay, this race right here. I mean, rarely does it miss anything that is moving. So that's the type of thing you're looking for. This is a great race to have. And again, I am sharing it. Now this looks like it's, again, looks like it might be coming into, well, actually, looks like 744 is the next high looking left. What did it get up to? 738, and then pulled back a bit. And so it looks like 744 is the next high looking left. Very choppy looking daily chart. Where are they out of? Oh, it is a US company. Well, guys, the NNOX, what's that level right there that it's at? I mean, 1274, looks like 1274, and then 1314. So, I mean, it's got a little bit of room, not a ton, but what a day it's had, NNOX, through the 200-day moving average. Let's see any, so this is gaining on an FDA submission for a new digital X-ray technology. Well, Steve Gomez is going to be happy because I know he went into this heat a couple of days ago, and he took this, I think it was 2 days ago. So he's going to be really happy. Well, this Cano is just hanging around this area, guys. Again, this news rumor, anyway, that they may be taken over by was it CVS and maybe several others, maybe in the bidding for them. I mean, that was just a rumor. Okay, nothing. I haven't seen 1M. Well, that looked like this one. Never mind. Oh, I see. I see. This is the buyout here. So they're suggesting that Cano may be next. And looking at Humana. But I also thought I saw CVS. Yeah, there we go. CVS is down here. So again, it's rumor. Rumor, rumor, rumor. That's why you just can't say, well, I guess it's going to happen and take a whack of this, and then all of a sudden they say, you know what, it's not going to happen, and it just collapses right back down to 6. You'd have to put like literally about a $3 stop, thinking it could pop $6 if you were going to take this as a potential swing. Yeah, I saw that with the hum and the CVS. Well, you know what? Stick an alert up here at 9:56. In fact, why don't we just do something crazy and put the buy button there? Click on the buy button. Osh is that's not Oshkosh, is it? That's not Oshkosh. Oak Street, right? Oshkosh still around? All right, come on, you QTRX. Let's see how far down you can go. No, I know, but I was just wondering, is Oshkosh still around? Well, you know what? Let's start typing it in. OSK. Woo! This is giving us if you took that short on that break, that's giving us not a bad little play so far for the QTRX. QTRX. I know the X doesn't sound like an S. I have to ping Steve on that one because yeah, that certainly would be the fantasy level, that 985 right here, right basically there. The lows of those candles. Well, I can't really lose now. I mean, if it pops up to where I shorted it, that's okay. I'm going to hang on to see if I can get that bigger move that real is guaranteeing. As he just did a spit take of his water. I don't like that. Give me a moment. All right, guys, because this is so erratic, I'm just going to exit this trade in the simulator. I just highlight the trade, flatten it. It'll take me out of the trade. Okay. That was $330 in the simulator for the FNGR. Well, you know, Sober actually has a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. The only problem I would have with it is it's a topping tail. But, you know, because in theory it has to take out that 249 for it to be a true red bar ignored. But all right, guys. What am I doing here? Whoa, I missed out. I missed on this AVOS. I'm still thinking if it takes out 10 later on, this could really, really get rolling again. That's not investment advice that it takes out 10 to pile into the trade, but I just think that's a big level for it to take out. That's at pre-market. The volume hasn't been, I mean, the volume is basically kind of dwindled. It hasn't really, what we'd really like to see, you want to get into this again, even though it's moving on not a lot of volume, though this candle just started, that 15-minute candle just started. You can see like some volume, you know, it doesn't have to be as stellar as the opening, but, or the 1050, actually that 1015 candle is the big one, or the 1031, sorry. Yeah, the 1030 15-minute candle is the big one. Yeah, good luck. Bed Bath and Beyond, let's take a look how it's trading right now. Yeah. What are they possibly going to say? a moment here, guys. All right, what is the market doing? So this is the key area right now. I mean, among many, many key areas for the SPY, but today anyway, looks like that 368.29. We've got about 45 minutes right there. If it takes that out, look out. I mean, it may do it. Then the next area would be down here around that 366 mark. Again, we're just talking intraday levels. All right, I'm just waiting on this QTRX to see if it can get that next leg down. Sorry, Ija, if you're still in the room. No, I see you just posted about DNA. That's okay. You made good dollars. Hopefully, you made good on your initial. If you, I'm sure you took it. Yeah, look at DNA. DNA. Excuse me. Ija is just posting that in our YouTube room. The high 344. If it takes out 344, 379, that's actually not bad. So this H-lit has been interesting one. H-lit, what are we? Almost. Wow, this is a lifetime high, guys. H-lit is a all-time high. A little bit like the amps yesterday, making a lifetime high. So let's keep an eye on this one for the balance of today, but also tomorrow to see whether or not it has a follow-through day. H-lit, H-L-I-T. If there's any specific development and sale of video delivery software. Okay. Yeah, I mean, definitely keep an eye on this HLIT. I mean, it's not quite a red bar ignored, but keep an eye on it for tomorrow. So Dwara or Dr. Aura, I guess I'll call you Dr. Aura. You seem like you know something about bios, etc. I mean, I don't know the story. I mean, what do I think about it? Yeah, rise 8% after the deal to commercialize. I mean, okay. I mean, it's a big float, 211 million in the float. Right now, the market is saying, okay, after hour, or sorry, pre-market, it was, but look at this big sell-off. So either the people just aren't sold on it, they just don't care. So it entered in the exclusive license agreement for the rights to develop. So, okay, the rights to develop. I mean, how long, how far off are they? Can they make money doing it? You know, all these things. So I don't know. All right. Bye. Bye. Idiot on YouTube. Yeah, you won't see anything, Aisha, because I got rid of it very quickly. Very quickly. All right, QTRX. All right. Was waiting to see if it was going to take out the 50 cent level. Still might, but looks like it wants to move down a little bit more. So Real's first target, I think, was 1029. I think he said 1029 potential. That must be some fib based target. That's fine. Yeah, it looks like Sober's done. Well, done for a while anyway. So here's another one. cruising into the 8 EMA and the 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart. Will it hold it? All right, guys, what time is it now? Wow, 2 o'clock already. Okay. This one has been showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. I just find it a little too cheap. SAI. Ah, HKD on the way down. Look at this. Look at the choppiness of this one. Look at all the topping tails on the 15-minute chart. After hours yesterday, pre-market, market opens. Just die, why don't you? RTA. Yeah, nice, definitely a nice pop off that base, the 15-minute chart. And, it looks like both the 8 EMA and the 10 SMA held it there. Again, using pre-market data, but nonetheless, it looks like it held it there. I'm just doing it. You read my mind, real. Well, I don't know. I sound like Conor McGregor when I get excited and I have any semblance of an Irish accent, but okay. Somebody said that in our YouTube room. Yeah, that has been a stellar trade for somebody. I mean, it's a bit of a pullback right now, but boy, that's been a nice. I mean, Steve was looking at the news, granted a patent for signal transformation from vector electrocardiogram, etc. And he thought that news was pretty good. So yeah, Blue Apron. What is the deal behind this one, other than the fact? I mean, somebody mentioned to me yesterday, or I think was it Ted? Somebody asked me, is this the highest short float percent? I don't know if it's the highest short float percent. Certainly, it's high, 65%. And I keep looking for news other than maybe, it's one of those Reddit groups that have got a hold of it for the last 4 days. Well, where could it go? So the next high is 637. I know they had something about the United Nations Sustainability Initiative. That was on the 22nd. Is that What's the date today? Yeah, well, maybe that's the reason, guys. I mean, looking for any sort of a reason why Blue Apron, APRN is moving. The news came out on the 22nd, so ever since then, it's had a bit of a move. My guess it's also something to do with a Reddit group. Don't lose sight of ABOS, guys. It has not had, in my opinion anyway, the giant rug pull, okay? Maybe a little one down here, but it only got down to 880. I mean, that's not that big a deal. Just don't lose sight of this one. I mean, put a, in fact, why don't I do this? Just click that buy button and say, put buy at say 955, okay, in the simulator. Don't understand your question, Two Bucks. Do I think that the market is far more superior to a certain group? It doesn't matter in size. I don't understand your question. CYTH, let's take a look at that. CYTH, getting ready for a gas headline. Okay, here we go. Yeah, a big pop here. Okay, so you might say, well, why isn't it showing up here? Because it's only 130,000 shares. I did put a 200,000 share or minimum here. So that's why it's not showing up here. So you might have to rephrase that question, Two Bucks. I just don't understand your question. Yeah, come on, QTRX again, challenging that 1050 mark. Oh, it's an Alzheimer's play also. Yeah. Yeah, all these, these little companies are going to come out of the woodwork and, anything to do with Alzheimer's right now, they're going to try to put some kind of a press release out there just to juice the stock. What does when you say what does it show, you mean what is the chart? Well, well, down. I mean, we could look at the yesterday and today, the trend is down. Before that, we had 4 days up, 2 days down, still kind of stuck around. So of course, this is a down day because, I mean, to look at Biogen, I mean, put a big shot in the arm with IBB. IBB's up, but it's had a miserable. IBB has had until today. It's been miserable for a few weeks, months. But LABD, I mean, it's just to me, it's just a what 32 high, well, 18, okay, pretty decent range. But will the Biogen euphoria wear off tomorrow? Yeah, I missed the boat on this one. I missed the boat on Pep G. Would have been nice right around here, that 863 mark after that pullback. He was winning a race. I just missed the boat on it. I mean, that was just a wonderful run. Almost, well, not quite straight up, but from about 838 to 1034, $2 on a $10 stock. But I missed that one. All right, guys. Now keep an eye on BIAF. Well, regardless of what you think about the news they released about the $7 million or 7.5 or whatever in warrant execution, the $3 level is holding. And so it's trying to bounce a little bit here. However, look at the volume. There isn't any. I mean, there just isn't any volume. Let's get a bigger chart up to see if this is. Yeah, I mean, look at the volume. You don't expect, like at the opening 15-minute candle, we don't expect that. But, until you get some volume to pop it off here, I mean, this could go up and right back down. I mean, just look at the volume here. Can't volume be manipulated? I have no idea what you mean by that. I mean, the one thing I will believe is the volume. Okay. Now, what can be manipulated, of course, is the level two. You know, bids and asks being put in and yanked and all that. But this is the volume. Well, it can, of course. The stock can go up with little to no volume. Of course it can. But what I'm saying is that if I would never take this trade right now unless I saw a volume increase. Can it go up with little or no volume? Sure, could. I wouldn't call that necessarily manipulation. And the volume isn't bad. I mean, it's 174,000 shares. It's just in relation to the previous candles. There's just nothing. But I mean, it's 48 million. So I mean, it's not that the volume itself is actually putrid. It's just that in relation to the rest of the candles, there's no excitement about it. Interesting. Okay, blue collar. Interesting. But you would agree, though, that I mean, why would you take this? Looked like it was breaking out. I saw no volume, so why would I take that trade? Now, I mean, I have to have faith in something. Otherwise, we might as well just pack it in. There goes ABOS, and it took the trade, guys. Took the trade. Get a little bored of the QTRX, guys. I probably should have taken my profit in the 30s, but I kind of held on. So I'm slightly up in it, so I'll just hang on for a little bit longer. Otherwise, I'm going to just exit it. Aha, so it came back down. Okay. Problem I've had with these ones, the PEP-Gs and the ABOSs, and they're just not shortable because I just don't believe that tomorrow they're going to maintain this and move higher. Oh yeah, I agree 100%. So here's another one, OMEX. Not a, how much volume? Yeah, not a lot of volume. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, sorry about that. And I have to put myself on mute in just a bit here. You're talking about on watch to short, I'm assuming. Okay, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right, guys, I'm just, again, got all sorts of stuff happening within Trade Ideas, trying to follow discussions. Keeping an eye on the QTRX still to see if it really has a big break. It's just kind of hanging tough around that mid 40s. What the heck do these guys do? Finger motion, mobile payment or recharge services in the China market. Okay. Oh, that's right. US company, but really a lot to do with, of course, China. I mean, yeah, that's right. I saw this one earlier. Sub $1 a couple of days ago. Yesterday popped over $1. Did it close? It closed at $1.06, and what a run today. Wow. Missed that one completely the last 2 days because it was under my radar because it was basically an under $1 stock, but what a run. I don't see any news for it today. Yeah, our news tab is, yeah, we do know there's a ticket in, as we call it, to our developers, figure out what's going on. I'm not convinced this is over yet, this ABOS for the day anyway. I'm not convinced it's over. Every time it gets beaten down, buyers do step in. And as Zach said, it's on no news. It's just a pure sympathy play with Biogen. That's all it is. But, try to take advantage of it while we can. All right, guys, I know a lot of you are following Carvana. So Carvana is actually having a little bit of a pop here. I wouldn't call this consolidation exactly, that big bottoming tail here. But what does it have room to get to? 27, so 50 cents or so to the highs of the day. Short alt. So did have some news. First dosing of all subject in phase 2. This is an obesity drug, I guess. Okay. Monkeypox, GovX. What is monkeypox doing? Nothing. Okay. I'm just looking at GovX. It was just showing up on the race. Well, this might be I don't know, interesting. DNLI, there's the VWAP, 32.28, so it's just slightly below the VWAP. The 200-day is at 32.13. You can kind of see if it took out, if you took out 32, this may, I'm going to stick an alert right around 32 and see if it takes it out. Amps, guys, amps still looks interesting and good. Little pullback at 1433. Another little move here. I mean, this will be interesting again to keep an eye on tomorrow. I mean, there's nothing stopping it in terms of chart resistance. It's an all-time high. Great day yesterday. Nice follow through today. All right, that got me out of the QTRX, and in fact, this might get me long again, or for the first time. I had took a little bit, but nothing much earlier, but this could get me into this one, guys. And especially, you got to watch this tomorrow for sure. 1085 was the high. It did take that out earlier. Got a little bit above that high. Crossing the Rubicon. Okay. Well, okay, here's view, guys. So view is just kind of touching that 10 SMA, sorry, 80 MA and the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Will that block it? I mean, if it can get above that, I mean, you've got today's high, 158, but then you've got yesterday's, or sorry, 3 days ago high, almost $2 for view. Wouldn't be terrible. Whoa, no kidding, ABOS. No kidding. This showed up here. I have a symbol crash for this, and I heard the big symbol crash. So I looked over there, and yeah, ABOS got up to 987. Whoa, this 995 is the high, guys. 995. So look at the couple on the 10-day daily breakout. I mean, this was early. ABOS at 934. At 842 was the alert right here. I mean, it chopped around a bit. And then the PEP-G, 887 at 1041. These are times, of course, Eastern times. PEP-G, 887, and it got up to 1034. Haven't seen that for a while, guys. These breakouts, they've all been beaten down. But, with today's market doing what it's doing, we're getting some nice continuation on the breakouts. And of course, both of those in the top two positions in the race, this race right here. Both have won 10 races today. All right, guys, I'm going to do my plug again for trade ideas just before I put myself on mute in about half an hour. PSI from, that is a hurricane stock. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is, so the next high looking left is pretty close, 431. Interesting days, big, big sell-offs in it with those bottoming tails, but the buyers brought it back up. What's the other one? Pola? What's Pola doing? Yeah, Pola is kind of doing the same. Problem with Pola is that it's very congested. PPSI definitely looks better. All right, guys, so if you click on my link, this is what you're going to see. So there's a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. You have the 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. Annual, of course, you can take off the 15%. That'll be for the whole year. Monthly, you can only take the 15% off the first month only, okay? If you do take out a subscription, absolutely do the Let's Get Started. Download an installation, episode 1, episode 2, first startup and login, etc. 10 videos, take you about 30 minutes to go through them all. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. You can sign up for it right here. That's free, of course. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. That is free also. We did not have a trade this week. Steve's recommendation was just sort of stay in cash. Look at this market, guys. Nice green bar here. All the education, there's my link for education. Tons of education here is the user guide, wonderful user guide. There's that getting started right here. Know what an alert window is, know what a top list window is, and know what the races are all about, okay? At least get that down. You can look at other things later on, but make sure you know alert windows, top list windows, and the stock racing. So Chris will be in our YouTube room. I'll shut the main room down at 3:30. Chris will be in our YouTube room from 3:30 to 4:30, and he does that Monday to Friday. And the webinar, so this is the one I help out on. This is the Wednesday webinar. Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas, I help out on that one. Next week, it'll be Tuesday, Thursday. This week was Monday, Wednesday. That was the rotation, but you can sign up for them all right here. And we have I haven't really looked at this education series. It looks like it's a lot like the Getting Started. In fact, it is. It's exactly the same thing as the, no, a little bit more, perhaps. Okay. So a little bit more, but I guess the first 10 are the, yeah, it looks like the first 10 are the same as the Getting Started. All right, let me just roll right through this, Denver, and hopefully I can help you. Okay, again, the back to basics, looking for, if you're new to trading, great. This is a free resource, guys, so take advantage of it, okay? Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. It starts off with what is a stock, intro to charts, candlesticks, etc. I think somebody said there are only 33, but whatever, if it's 33 or 36, short videos. And, oops, last, my scans. Here are my scans right here. Okay, you want my scans? Take a look at them right here. The 2 races that I display are right here, top 2. So save my link. Yes, it helps me. If you take out a subscription, helps the room, keeps the room free, and pays some of my bills. Okay, so save my link. Then you can take a look at the education and anything else on my homepage. Okay. All right. Unable to resize. So when you say you're unable to resize, let me take a look at this one, for instance. So when you say resize, you mean you can't pull? You can't do this? What do you mean by you can't resize? You can't maybe get a tab bigger, a header bigger? Is that what you meant? So the last, okay. So it's possible, because that was the problem a long time ago, okay, when we introduced docking. It was a real pain. Um, go to tools and options, and let's just take a look at layouts. Is auto size columns checked just out of curiosity? It is checked? Uncheck it and then save it and see if that solves it, okay? Let me know if that worked. Okay, can you give me one? Just give me one alert window, okay, or a top list window. Just give me one and let me see what happens on my end, okay? Just do a cloud link for me, okay? And just one, right? Just one. One that is not working for you. And let's see what I see on my end. Now, the only other thing I could think of is that you might have, maybe for that to take an effect, that unchecking, maybe having to reboot trade ideas. That's the only other thing I can think of, but just give me one, okay? Just give me one alert window, one top list window, whatever you want, one that you're not able to resize, okay? Ah, you put it in there, okay? Okay, so obviously I'm able to do it on my end. Even doing that doesn't matter. Ah, but it gets it out there. Hmm. What are the good traders using, Lester? Well, if I'm a good trader, this is what I'm using, the racing scan. But that's a pretty loaded question. I mean, it depends on your trading style. Depends on it's too general of a question. What are the good traders using? They're using trade ideas. How's that? Oh, you can move it when not in a docked window. Okay. Okay. Let me just, okay, first of all, I don't want to forget that I've done this. Okay, give me a docked window, one docked window, okay? Here's a docked window. So I can certainly do it. That was a problem before for sure. But it even had migrated into free floating windows. Okay, so give me a docked window. All right, guys, DNLI. I think this is an important level for it to be under now. It's underneath the 200 day, underneath the VWAP, DNLI. All right, let's see me do this one and see what happens. All right, so I'm obviously able to do it. Here's a dock window and I'm able to expand the columns. And I mean, I know you know how to do this, of course. You grab, the left and so I don't know then. I don't have an answer for that. Just a minute, guys. My headset is just about to die. I forgot to, just give me a moment, okay? Okay, you might hear a little music. I don't know if you hear a little music in the background. Maybe not, as I get an hour out of my headset by plugging it in. So I don't know what to say on this. Shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter having a B plus window in it. I don't see where it is. Oh, it's here. Ah, it's here. Okay. That's because you tried to, it seems like you tried to what? How did you try to get this in here? Oh, I know. Yes, right. I understand. When you give it to me, yeah, it doesn't copy over. Okay. The B plus window. That's why. So that's why I'm not too concerned about that. But if I get rid of it, I mean, it shouldn't matter. Yeah, I don't know why. And 100% that in the options, even though I tried this, I'm just looking at some other options that could, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That's really strange. You know, there it is. I mean, I'm easily able to do it on my end. And I don't know. Yeah. Sorry, I can't help. Well, okay, Lester, in terms of, but here, for instance, if you're looking at my races as an example, okay, you can set alerts for later on. If like look at PepG. Wow, look at PepG. Oh my goodness, I'm not in this. Okay, when you look at PepG, okay, and it won a bunch of races earlier, okay, but here's the pullback. This is what I'm trying to kind of beat this into people, literally beat it in. Click on the alert, okay, as it creates a top 10 list, click on, click on Apron. Now look at Apron right now. Maybe this holds it, okay? Maybe this 580 holds it. And so maybe if it does, you want to take this trade, maybe it breaks over 6 again. So it's not a matter of chasing something, but it's being notified by maybe putting a price alert, for Apron at this level, okay? So it's not a matter of saying, well, I missed the chase. In fact, I did a couple of videos on something like this, saying, okay, people they're not complaining, but they miss the earlier pop on something, but then it pulls back to a level. That's why you have to start learning to take a look at, and they're not all going to be great, but you have to start learning to take a look at PepG as a great example. So you missed this break, but look what it did after a while. It just sort of rested here. So you don't, and I'm not just talking to you, okay, Larry, Lester, I'm not just talking to you, but people beat themselves up saying, oh, I missed this. How did I not miss this? Well, you didn't really miss it because we didn't know later on it was going to do this. Don't get me wrong, but it pulled back. It sat here. So you could have said, you know what? If this takes out the top highs of these candles right here, I want to know about it. And maybe that gets me into the trade as an example. Okay. So it's not a matter of saying, oh man, I missed this. Okay. I mean, this is extraordinary. I mean, tons of biggest volume bar of the day. Okay. So, I mean, the races can be used. Sure. They're going to show you the stocks that are moving right now, but it can also alert you, just click on, I don't know, click on NNOX right now. Can you see that, if this breaks out, maybe this is going to have a big breakout if it can get out of this consolidation area. You see what I mean? So it's not just a matter of following something that as it's moving up the leaderboard and thinking, well, I can't chase it now. I can't chase it now. I can't. You're right. You're right. But you can also then start putting price alerts at areas where it pulled back to. And then if it meets your trading plan and practice in the simulator, what would have happened if you took this NNOX trade, in this 1163 mark where it looked like it was kind of setting. And then, in this case, of course, it would have worked. I'm not trying to do a bunch of hindsight trades. I'm just saying because we don't know if it's going to work. But if you take the trade and you have a stop and it doesn't work, okay, you get out of the trade. Oh, I can't believe I missed this PepG. No, I don't mean missing it here. I mean missing it all day because I was just doing other things. But wow. And look at the volume that came in. So that's why I'm saying with the ABOS, I don't know, something similar could happen, guys. I mean, it happened with the PepG. It takes out that high right there. I mean, this could get it rocking. Well, it's not luck of the draw, Lester, necessarily, but I mean, something that has won a bunch of races like a bunch of races all day long. I'd probably be watching them all day long for, trying to see is there a setup that makes sense to me? That's why you've got to practice because you may not know, well, I don't know what setup makes sense to me if you're new to trading. That's why you've got to practice. So for instance, what I'm saying right now is that if this takes out 994, if this gets over 10, this could get a lot of traders interested. The other thing I would get used to doing is looking left on a daily chart and seeing where the next high is. Obviously in the ABOS, you'd have to go I don't know where you have to go to. The next high looking left is 1022. I'm sorry, 1124. Is that right? Yeah, 1124 is the next. I'm sorry, 1052 is the next high looking left. So, I mean, that has, in theory, a little bit of room still. But understand that these things have got a bit of a mind of their own, because you have to understand why this is moving. It's a sympathy play to Biogen. It doesn't matter, they don't have a drug in circulation at all. It's just the traders are piling into this because of what happened with Biogen, BIIB. So it's an Alzheimer's sympathy play for the day anyway. Okay, so it's good to know kind of why something is happening. So that obviously opened. So it's not the luck of the draw exactly. No, I wouldn't call that, but I would be definitely following the ones that, keep winning races over and over and over again all day long. I mean, they're super active. They can give you different areas that you can get into the trade. But I would also, here's number 10 position right there, an NVTA, won 2 races today. Now, what if NVTA was still, up in this area? And it's pulled way back. I mean, it's nothing really to see now. But what if NVTA was just kind of resting in this area here after winning a bunch of races early? It could just be resting. And maybe later on in the day, volume comes in and it pops through. So, you just set a price alert, maybe at the high of the day, and see if it takes it out. Just things like that. But that's why, practicing stuff like this, take the trade if it pops through, see what happens. If I look left, I mean, it doesn't have a ton of room, but 332 is the next high looking left. I mean, that's not bad from 280 as an example. That's why I have a daily chart, or I can always look left to see where the next high is. That is not Barry Manilow. So you guys can hear my music, I guess. I think that's been 5 minutes. I think I've got an hour left now. Here we go. The other thing, Lester, is that, these are my races, okay, based on my criteria. You may have a different, again, if you're new, you may not know what your criteria is going to be. That's why you've got to practice. Like, what kind of makes sense to you? What price range makes sense to you? What minimum volume starts making sense to you? Things like that. This race is based on this top list right here. Doesn't really matter the symbols that are in it. It's the values. So, if anything is between $1 and $50, the volume is at least 200,000 shares, and it's up 2% from the close. So if these filter requirements are met and a stock starts to really move, I'll see it here. But this may not be what you like. Maybe you want a different price range. Maybe you want more volume. Maybe you don't care if the price is up from the close. Maybe you want more. Maybe you want to add a filter. Maybe you want a relative volume filter in here. This is why, you have to develop your own style also. I mean, I don't mind. People can take exactly these, and if you can, this is a more volatile This is more volatile. This is not as volatile. The reason this is not as volatile is because I have a minimum market cap of $500 million and a minimum float of 50 million. So you're not going to see the crazy percent moves here, but it may fit your style of trading better. And again, when I say you, a person. But use the simulator, practice trading, okay? Honestly, practice trading. Okay, so Lester, do you know how to make a top list window? Number one, do you know how to make a top list window? Create one. You, well, the problem with following, Lester, is that just like you said, you find it hard to follow because, I'm looking at fast moving stocks, okay? I mean, it really is important, I think, to develop your own style. I mean, if I decide to pack it in tomorrow, what are you going to do? Boy, the ABOS guys is really getting interesting. I mean, telling you, it takes this out. Look out, look out, look out, look out. Look what it got to, guys. I think I got right to the penny. Not quite, 994, and there's the high in the pre-market of 993. Okay, so it actually did. And over here it got to 996. So I'm sticking an alert at 10. I'm not telling anybody to do what I'm doing, but you can see what I'm looking at and why. I mean, it's just a bunch of momentum. And also, those who got into the other one, PEPG, they may have exited. As for my supervisor. Well, that's funny, Lester. I am a package of one. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Look at this market. Boy, oh boy, we haven't had a day like today in a while. Let's take a look. In fact, when was the last time we had a SPY day like this? Maybe here. That would have been back on the night. It seems like years ago, but this is on the 19th. Of course, we had the beautiful run here from the 7th to the 12th. Beautiful run here. Now, we'll tomorrow to see what happens. But you know what? Let's sort of say, okay, we have one nice day. Can we have a couple? Well, let's take a look at UUP. You say a weaker dollar. Yeah, there you go. So, like, absolutely the correlation, US dollar's been flying, market goes down. US dollar had a bit of a drop today, market goes up. There is your direct correlation. So are you being serious when you say you don't have criteria? Then that's why you got to practice, I didn't become a momentum trader overnight, okay? It took me a long time to realize that that's what I like to see. Some people, though, think momentum trading is the worst thing. You should wait for pullbacks, and that's fine. Look at this market. Biggest, maybe turn into the biggest green candle of the day. All right, guys, I was watching DNLI, and let's take a look. Maybe it had a little pop up, got right back to the VWAP 32.25, 32.24. The VWAP stalled it a bit anyway. Now back underneath the 200-day moving average. I was actually looking to short this one, DNLI, but the market's pretty strong, so I don't know about that now. Yeah, we've got an hour left in this market. Yeah, right. I mean, it's not the volume is. I mean, the volume I think is within range. Here we had a volume bar here. Not no, the volume is not as big as yesterday. So Lester, it sounds like you don't have seriously though, you don't have a trading plan. I mean, I don't know if you're being, it's going to be funny when you say you don't have any criteria, then that means you don't have a trading plan, and you have to develop one. Oh, here's this little oil company. Haven't seen this one for a while. Indo. Looks like I'm not going to see it for a while. I'm just, uh-oh, am I hung up? I am frozen, guys. Mm. This happened to me yesterday. So, again, I'm on this development version and I am the guinea pig, and yeah, I'm frozen. Make sure of that. Yeah. Okay, guys. So, well, I'm almost out of here anyway, but I will just have to do the exit from it and I'll come back. And of course, that's why, when you reboot, get out of trade ideas, come back in, you lose all of your top tens. But I know what they were. Really appreciate that, Real. Thank you. Earlier I was talking about BIAF, it had won a bunch of races early and then it just was sitting here in this level. And I said, stick an alert at 315. It never took it out. Doesn't mean just because I put an alert, something is it's going to move, but it could have. Okay. You got to be, so you just be aware of a big base in something. And then if it pops through on some volume, take the trade. The worst that can happen in the simulator, it doesn't work, but at least you get used to, looking at potential setups and seeing what happens. Yeah, you know what? You're right. Sober maybe having one last pop here. Didn't take out that high, did it? 265, 258. So it almost got to that high of 4 days ago. Okay, I think I can say with certainty that we'll finish positive today, unless something dramatic happens in the last 45 minutes. All right, guys. Look at this ABOS. Now, listen, I'm sure there are traders around the world looking at exactly the same thing that I'm looking at. And, you got to be careful though, because just because I think it could run if it takes out that high doesn't mean it's going to. And it could just you could get the rug pulled on you. So we're going to do it. Just, make sure that you know your risk, understand your risk, and don't leave your computer. Again, guys, I'm just watching this ABOS. Be great if there was some volume to push it through, though, too. Kind of like what happened with the PEPG. Yeah, so our news tab is gone today, okay? There's a problem with it. So there's no news for PEPG other than the fact that it was a sympathy play. It's an Alzheimer's sympathy play, okay? So with Biogen, what happened with BIIB that caused all of, including ABOS. There's no news for these other than sympathy plays. And again, here is the BIIB, a huge move, $338. They may pull back quite a bit, but nonetheless, but that's the reason. So there's no specific news. No, no. There's just we know there's a problem with the news tab today. You may have exited your sober too soon. All right, guys, so what time is it? 3:20. So Chris usually shows up at about 3:25. So what I'm going to do now is just put the YouTube link in so you can head over there. He's not there yet, but he usually shows up at about 3:25. And he'll be there to 4:30, all times Eastern, of course. All right, guys. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not talking, but I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. And I'm not going to, I'm going to keep watching ABOS, maybe even after the close. Look at all these bottoming tails. Look at all these bottoming tails, okay? I mean, the sellers have been trying like mad to knock it down. The buyers are still reasonably in control. There are some topping tails, I get it. But, you know, the trend, I don't want to jinx it. I did the one yesterday and draw a trend line and then have it just big giant red candle through my trend line. All right, guys, I think I'm going to shut it down in the main room. Of course, the YouTube room is open. Well, definitely an exciting day. Well, you just saw it right there, guys. You just saw it right there, ABOS. Okay, now it briefly hit it, so I'm going to shut the room down. Okay, guys, I'll open the room, the main room. Well, yeah, the main room open at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. And YouTube, just waiting for Chris to show up. All right, Chris, there you are. Now, my
Here
friend,
I am.
I actually have to leave right now because I'm trying to get, I'm managing this
Go,
ABOS trade.
go, go, go.
Okay. Okay. It
I'll
just popped
talk to
over
you
10.
later.
Okay, thanks a lot.
You got it.
Bye.
That's opening up that chart. So all right, first off, happy Wednesday, everybody. ABOS, I actually traded that earlier in the day. I took it on a 8 break. I'm sorry, on an 8 break. And I guess compared to what it's done today, I took it kind of, it was a scalp. No, did I take it on an 8 break? I'm lying. I'm a liar. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lie. I took it on a 9 break. I took it here on this 9 break, and I closed it here when it started to dip back down again, somewhere around those numbers, somewhere around those candles and numbers. So I did all right on it, and then, you know, kind of towed this line here for a while, and see the incredible volume coming back in right now. I mean, the liquidity, relative volume, total insanity going on right now. So I know exactly where Barry's coming from with that. Anywho, with all that said, again, happy Wednesday to you all. Hopefully you're all having a green day today. Obviously the market enjoying a really nice bounce. SPY bouncing a little over 2%. The Dow bouncing about 2%. The NASDAQ Qs bouncing a little over 2% as well. So, feels good to have a green day here. Market overall took out that June low yesterday. I really thought we were setting up for a bit of a washout today again. I said yesterday, I actually thought, I'm lying. I thought yesterday we would have an inside day today. But if we didn't have an inside day, I thought we'd sell off. I did not think we would bounce today, to be honest. But here we are. We're bouncing to levels not seen since last, what's that, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, right? Since last Friday. And like I said, just good. Feels good to bounce today. Other than the perma bears, nobody likes a bear market like this. Muhammad, what was your stop if you took it at a break of 9? It was low of the day. Where's that chart? Actually, no. What did I do on this one when I took it on the 9 break? No, I was using a rising 8 EMA on a 5-minute chart. That was my stop. I was using the rising 8 EMA as my stop off the entry. And then, once I got up in the position and it got weak, I think it was on this candle here. So I closed it at like 9:40, 9:30. Where did I close it at? 9:38 is actually what I got my fill price on the close. So I got filled at 9:01. I closed at 9:38. Was my actual trade. So I use this 8 EMA here, and this is why, because like I said, I like multiple time frames, and I like the way it played off of this here. And when we started to break that 9 level again, I thought to myself, this will be a good momentum indicator here. And it turned out to be pretty decent. It caught it and bounced off of it and then kind of dragged it the rest of the day and then was grinding up for a while here. So, yeah, worked out. It could have gone the other way, obviously. My big, I took several trades today, actually. A big winner was Beat. I grabbed Beat. Kind of really violated my trading rules this morning, but there was just something that said do it. So I grabbed Beat at $3 even, and I grabbed it and I really violated my trading rules. It was 9:32. I made that buy. But I was using the 250 as my stop on that. And, I sat underwater for a while today and made this nice move here. And I was going to get out here and say, cut it now because, the high of the day. And I said, no. I said 250 was what I was risking. That's what I'm going to stick with. I'm not changing it. I really felt like it could go today. And it did. And I sold some at 335. I sold some more at 349. And then I sold some more at 360. Made that big spike, but I had to leave my desk for a little while during that spike. And I'd set I came back to it and I set a stop at 361 actually. And it came back down and tagged me on this move back down. So anyways, worked out to be a good trade. And I am still sitting in right now. I took multiple trades on this. I traded it yesterday and got out for a small gain. And then I took it again today at 265-ish. And I sold some at like 285. And then I got back in it at 284. And so I'm still just holding it a little bit here. So I don't plan to swing it or anything. I'll probably close in the next couple of minutes. We'll see what happens here. This ILAG. Again, I took it on the premise that, I see this big range here. It's, kind of in a tight range here. So I'm not, expecting a big dump on me or anything like that. But I know it has the potential that it could make a big move. So share size accordingly and things like that. Lester, I do both. Thanks, Mom. You know, sometimes it work out, sometimes I don't. What was it last Friday? I think I took a beating last Friday. So just the way it goes. Like, you know, last Friday, I think I was 1 for 4 on my trades last Friday. I really took a beating last Friday. I got full stopped out of, I think, 3 out of 4 trades last Friday. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was not a good. It was one of my worst days of the year, to be honest. Last Friday. Maybe it was last Thursday. I can't remember now. It was either last Thursday or Friday. I got hurt. I got hurt. Hit the hurt locker. Lester, I trade both. What I do is I use this relative strength scanner here that I've created. And, you know, early in the morning, especially, I'm marking up here. Let me show how I do this. Duplicating free floating window. I want to bring over my price alerts window here is what I want to show off. So I have a price alerts window on another page. And early in the morning, I start just, you know, I'm clicking through things that are leading races and I start setting price alerts. So these are all price alerts that I set today. And I usually let the first, let's say, 20 to 30 minutes go by. And I bump the price alerts around a little bit in that time, but not too much. Because, you know, if they run away from me early in the morning, they run away from me. That's all there is to it. But if they start to fall, I'll bring the price alerts back down. So, like, for example, something that had a, you know, pullback play that I didn't get, but I'm kicking myself a little bit for not getting. Where is it? F-R-E-Y. So FREY actually, you know, had a really nice setup today. Makes this nice move early, right? And I should have come back down and reset my price alert around 14. I didn't, but I had a great move off of 14 when it rebroke it again. Plus, it held that 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart. And again, as I always tell people, there's nothing magic about an 8 EMA. I just happen to like it. I have a good rapport with it. It has worked well for me over the years. I like it on both 15-minute and 5-minute time frames. Those are the 2 time frames intraday that I'm looking at. I don't use indicators on my daily charts. I don't like things on my daily charts other than a period low, 20 period low. That's the only thing on my daily charts. But anyways, you know, good example of how I can use this for a pullback. All right. And then, you know, now my price alerts aren't in their original spots, and I wish they were. Like this one, I wish it was, because I had a price alert here for a breakout just under the high of the day, and I missed the trade here. Now this price alert was originally here from this morning, but we can see what a great move it made. I could have done a pullback on this too, right? Could have absolutely set one here. We see it's been really active. Again, super volume again today. But, you know, gapped up, made a move, gave it up. Again, we caught an 8 EMA and an explosion off of that here. So, you know, obviously could have gone either way, but, you know, that's why we set price alerts. That's why I keep things in focus that way. That's why I trade the way I trade. Apron was a breakout alert from here that worked out well. I just had that look to me like if it could get above this high rate here from a couple of days ago, you know, it's a nice mountain it could try to climb. Now, I'm going to state this too, and let's not kid ourselves. Look at a lot of these charts and look at the SPY. So it's not like, oh, wow, Chris is trading so great. Rising tide lifts all boats. I'm not afraid to admit that. I'm not ashamed to have that play a role in my trading on my bigger days. You know, it is what it is. I have plenty of okay days where the SPY isn't doing anything positive. It's sideways or down. Today just happened to be a better day and the SPY was on my side. And I'm full well willing to recognize that played a role in what I did today. So it is what it is. But, you know, tomorrow's a new trading day. You know, I still assess and trade all the same with my trading plans. And you know, expectations are the only thing that gets adapted, right? You know, so a great day from my relative strength scanner here, but you know, I do recognize without any question the fact that I had a market completely on my side. You know, all the major averages. You know, the SPY is now up 2.25%. The Nasdaq is now up almost 2 1/3%. You The Dow is up a little more than 2% right now. So, but like I said, I got to trade the good markets. I got to trade the bad markets, right? And that's how it works. That's how this whole game goes. Another breakout here. Rum. Where is it? Now I could have played this differently on a breakout here. We were dancing around this area, made a breakthrough, and then never really came down. I could have had something set up around this area again, for another break of this. What a move, actually, and crazy volume coming into that. So these things could go either way. Like I said, rising tide lifts all boats and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah. Do I have the style written down on trade ideas somewhere? No. I talk about it daily here at 3:30. I'm not important enough with trade ideas to have my trading style or anything like that put out there. Just share it here. What I do also varies. How I set a stop. There's several ways I'll set a stop, and it's going to depend on the overall market. It'll depend on what the stock is doing. It'll depend on the prior range of that stock, looking back on a daily chart, things like that. So, sometimes I use a low of the day as my stop. Sometimes I use a rising 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart. Sometimes I use a rising 8 EMA on a 5-minute chart. Sometimes I use a prior 15-minute candle low as my stop. Those are my quote unquote big go-tos. It could be. It very well could be Michael Anthony. I won't pretend that I'm smart when it comes to macroeconomics. I can tell you what's good and what's bad, essentially, but how good or how bad, and some of the whys that can be asked in those questions, that's all lost on me. I think now I say it all the time. I think we were quote unquote due for a bounce, but doesn't mean we were going to get it. I just think, Bears got themselves a very big win here, the last 2+ weeks. And, as the saying goes, short and whole. So I think we'll see some short cover. We're seeing some short covering and some reloading to get ready to knock this bowling pin back down again. That's my 2 cents anyways. Doesn't mean that I'm right. Absolutely, I think that the easing in Europe won't, in the short term, obviously going to hurt anything. In the long term, I think if you're making the can you're kicking down the road bigger and worse. The bottom line is there are things that central banks, specifically ours, but the ECB is even worse, to be honest, have been doing since 2008-9. And, essentially they're not letting markets be markets. There's no real price discovery or anything like that. And that's why we're in the pickle we're in, and it'll continue to get worse as long as they continue to make it worse. And that's how it'll work right up until it really, really comes undone. And there'll be no anything else they can do. But we don't have the inflation we have right now because of no reason. We have the inflation we have right now because of, I don't care what anybody says, we've been running modern monetary theory for a decade across the globe. And that's what we see right now. Those roosters have come home to crow. Anyways, without getting into all that kind of stuff, without any question, what Europe is doing or what Europe said this morning is absolutely playing a role in the bounce today. There's no doubt about that. And, we can see very green across the boards here. Very, very green across the board here on the sectors. Again, anybody with questions, fire those away for me. Curious what the XOP. XOP is having a monster day today. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, you know, I'm the same. It was happening to me early, Willow. Aside from getting right in that BEAT trade, everything else I got in like after 1045. When we got to 1045 and weren't sellers. That's when I became a believer. It was when it's hard, you know, that I could have been just as wrong, you know, but this candle here. And then when we opened up on this candle here, I said, all right, the sellers aren't really coming out right now. And we're looking okay right now. So there's no way to know, you know, hindsight's 2020. I could have been just as wrong as I was right. And to more to this point and to what you did and why, you know, first, I don't know if you remember a couple of weeks ago, I missed so many trades. I kept called myself chicken the whole session that I was in, where I missed tons and tons of trades that day because I was afraid, you know, that day. And I missed probably 7 or 8 amazing setups. So what you're talking about today, I did it a couple of weeks ago, number one. Number two, I'm always of the motto, I'd rather miss out on the upside than participate on the downside. And if you're not feeling it and it just this, you know, if something's not right, it's okay to sit out a day, but don't let that, don't let that create FOMO for the next time, right? Just trade the plan the next time. That's all you can do. But if, you know, letting FOMO get a hold of you, that's when impulse takes over and bad entries will happen. So, you know, the good, bad, and the ugly, it happens. I hear you, Willow. I had, you know, like I said, I had the same thing a couple of weeks ago, the same exact thing. I really feel like I wasted a day. And, you know, it happens. That's all there is to it. We can't take it back. All we can do is prepare for the next one. No, of course. Believe me, you know, I have my losing days still. It's not like it's all roses with my trading. You know, I've got my losing days. I've got my winning days. It is what it is. You know, that's why I share, you know, bad trades. Yesterday on BEAT, I got, you know, took a crappy loss on that yesterday, but I came right back at it today because the setup I still believed was there. Here's what really got me about BEAT yesterday. I didn't get stopped out of it. I just closed it because the market was closing. So BEAT yesterday, I took it at I think I took it like way up here. Actually, I took an entry on it. I took it at like 285 yesterday, and then I proceeded to immediately go underwater. But my stop was the low of the day down here at 233, right? I never came close to my stop, and then I got in the money for like 3 seconds here and didn't close it out, and then it sold off. And at the end of the day, with like literally 1 minute left, I had to decide. I said, you know, I didn't take it as a swing trade. And I said, all right, well, like, you know, I got to cut it with 30 seconds left in the market yesterday. I cut it and, you know, took that loss. And it was like, it's a bitter pill to swallow because I didn't get stopped out of it. And I was in the money, you know, even if it was only just a couple of bucks for a few minutes, but it just was what it was. But the setup presented itself today, and, you know, luck be a position. Notice CEO bought 4 different days from 90 to $1.40, but he shares in after hours $1.40 for some reason, but volume is low today. I'm not sure what you're talking about there, Michael Anthony. Are you talking about BEAT? I mean, so when a CEO is buying shares of their company, that's always a good sign. Whoops. Generally speaking, there's only one reason for insiders to buy a stock. It's because they believe it, especially a CEO. There's many reasons for insiders to sell a stock. So insider buying is much more important than insider selling. Insider selling could be a lot of reasons. Person could be getting ready to retire from the company, right? They don't have to announce that necessarily, right? So it's time to start cashing out in that regard. They could have a kid getting ready to go to college, so they're cashing out shares for the kid going to college. They might be putting an addition on their house, right? They don't need to announce that. They're selling shares to raise money to put the addition on their house, for example. So, there's all kinds of reasons that are valid reasons to sell that have nothing to do with insiders selling to just dump shares, right? They're just raising their own personal funds for whatever reason. But generally speaking, insiders buy if they believe in the stock. It's not a hard and fast rule, but, how do you participate in this rally if it continues? Well, I would have, a scan that is pointing you towards stocks and setups that you like, number one, right? And then making sure that you have some kind of formulated trading plan, whatever that is, and executing it based on those stocks that meet your criteria from that scanning, right? If this is a continued rally, what I said yesterday and gone over a whole bunch is start to look at stocks that didn't sell off during the sell-off or sold off much less compared to stocks that did sell off, right? And then watch those stocks if we continue to rally and look at points of interest that you have in those stocks if we continue to rally, right? So, an exercise to do that is this, I'll share this scan out. I call it my evening scan. All right. And you can, oops, I did not want to load it right away, but give me 1 second. Well, there's not much on the scan. I'll tell you that right now. So my evening scan, share, copy, close window, paste, send. All right. So this scan, what I've done here is this. Get rid of that sector analysis. I'm looking at stocks in between $4 and $40 that have traded at least 750,000 shares on the day, relative volume of 1. They got to be 75% above the low of their 20-day range, and they got to be 75% above the low of today's range. All right. And so now we're looking at stocks that are, strong over the last 20 days or strong-ish over the last 20 days and closing strong today. And, we look at them compared to the relative market. That's probably buyout, so it's garbage. This is a pharmaceutical with big news, so I'm not going to count that. All right. Not sure what this is. All right, so this is analytics and medical related, so you got to be careful on this, I feel like. All right, but all the same. All right, here we have it. KPTI, pharmaceutical, you got to be careful. All right. And for those of you that don't know why I'm saying you got to be careful with pharmaceuticals, biotech, anything medical related is because you're at the mercy of the FDA and their pipeline of drugs and or devices. And if things go sideways and wrong for them, you're going to get, hurt a lot more than you might anticipate. These are the type of things. Look at this right here, right? KPTI, for example, here it is, opens here the next day, opens here the next day, right? That's not, you're not going to find that on, most tech stocks. You're not going to find that on, automobile stocks, generally speaking. You're not going to find that on, materials or retail, generally speaking, outside of earnings and things like that. This stuff happens because of, something didn't go the way they were hoping with approval and FDA and product lines and things like that. So, we're not seeing a lot that's strong here on the scan relative to the market still. But, there are a few things. SKIN, trying to be strong. CHGG, what do you look like? Trying to be strong. The market really sold off. This didn't quite sell off as much. So it's got a base here. Where do we want our entry to be? These are questions you'll have to ask yourself, obviously, and what you're willing to risk, why you're willing to risk that. That would be what your stop is, things of that nature. So that would be my suggestion to you, Lester, on how to participate. Yes, after I make my first 50 million, will get me on the cover of Forbes. I've only got 49.999999 million to go. Sorry, there's some messages that have been coming into me. I want to make sure that I didn't ignore something important here. Party, I don't like Party at all. Yeah, I don't. There's nothing I like about the stock at all. Regardless of changing the definition of a recession, we're in a recession. Even if it's a mild recession, we're in a recession. People aren't throwing parties like they were previously. We'll start there. Anytime I've ever been to a party city, the place is empty, and I mean empty. So I don't like that about it either. There's nothing about the stock for me to like. I mean, look how, this looks like it was artificially lifted up by, all the nonsense of QE and money printing and everything else, and right back where it belongs when that stuff went away, essentially. So there's nothing about that I could like. And again, as always, we could wake up tomorrow and this thing could be at $6 tomorrow. There is nothing on this chart that tells me it will be, though. So that, that's all there is to it. We could also wake up and it could be at $0 tomorrow. And I think this chart tells me that that is more likely than $6 is likely tomorrow. And could it turn around and it could become a story stock and all those things? Absolutely. But it's in a downtrend. That's all there is to it. And I don't see any reason for that to change currently. It's not like they do anything special. They make balloons and crappy Halloween costumes, or sell balloons and crappy Halloween costumes. No, I did not play that at all, Mike. See, that's too rich for my blood, that stock. CWH. What are you? Camping World. Same thing. I don't see anything special about this here. That's what I see here. I think this is having a rally because the market's rallying in general. And again, could we make it to 30 tomorrow? Absolutely. Could we also come right back down to 20 tomorrow? Yep, that could happen too. There's nothing on this chart that says, oh my God, trade me. It's doing a little more than normal volume here. It's got decent liquidity. As far as a day trade goes, great day trading vehicle. There's no long-term thesis here for me on this chart. And, part of no long-term thesis on any chart for me is simply the fact that we're in a bear market. I'm just not going to swing trade right now. I have zero interest in taking risk home overnight. There's no risk reward setup that makes sense to me right now. Not when I can do what I'm doing on a daily basis and be in and out and settled into cash each day. Again, when this bear market ends, because it will end, I'll get back to a lot more swing trading because I like the swing trade. I think the big money is in swing trading. The thing is, the setups are few and far in between, and I just don't want to take the risk. There you go. Even worse. Mike C nailed it. The helium shortage. What's this world coming to? When a guy can't even blow up a bunch of balloons. So that's that. I have one other scanner to show for swing trade setup and ideas. Let me find that. Oops. Didn't realize that I clicked something open. All right, load from cloud. Strong. So I call this strong options in 20 days. So it's similar to the scan I just was showing you, and I've just shared that scan as well here. But with this scan, we are looking at stocks between $10 and $100, trade at least 1.25 million shares on the day. Relative volume is 1. They're 75% above the low of their 20-day range, but I'm not interested in where they're closing today, but I'm sorting them. So once all those stocks are found, then I'm sorting them on options volume today %. And so, you're going to have something like this way up there, AMPS. Now, this is an interesting stock because this is at all-time highs, and it's a new issue, right? Nice and liquid, good volume. So anybody short end, look at the short float, 6.5%, and a short growth, 12 and almost a third percent, 12.25%, let's call it. So anybody short this stock right now, unless they opened a short position today, is underwater. Every person short the stock right now is underwater. And so it makes for an interesting setup. Michael Anthony, I would say the Bed Bath & Beyond is a meme thing. It has nothing to do with there's no investors in Bed Bath & Beyond. There's literally nobody that believes in that stock. Nobody, except the people that are, I'm sorry, they're insane. I mean, absolutely insane.
Brown.
And, I fully believe there's a good chance that, there's a lot of unscrupulous stuff done with those meme stocks and this naked shorting stuff and all those things like that. Probably a lot of that stuff is going on and has gone on. The odds of that stuff really getting exposed and those stocks exploding in price because of the way the shares are held and the way the shorts are, I mean, I'd say the odds are 1% maybe of that really happening. They're just not going to allow it to go on. That's all. It is what it is. Right, wrong, and different. That's the world we live in. So, like I said, it is what it is. I won't, go any further on that. All right, so that's a wrap on the trading day here today, folks. We'll see what happens for the coming day here. I did not make you run on my top 10 here yet, so let's do that. Oops, excuse me. I have a call that I also have to jump in, my Wednesday support call. So just give me a second here, folks. I just want to join in and make sure I'm not missing anything important. All right. There we go, folks. So I just want to make sure I log in for this meeting. So if there's anything important I need to hear or participate in, I have. Whoa, GME, what are you doing? So speaking of the memers. All right. Interesting. Back to top 10 list. So, PEPG, what a move this was today. Beautiful all day long, all day strong. SOBR had a couple of nice moves in it. Beat, we talked about this a bunch. Great setup here. APRN, another great setup. It's 4 for 4. PPSI, what did you do? Not a bad move in PPSI here. And we've seen all this right here for the last couple of days. So another great move. I forget who it was said they were still holding a position in that yesterday. So hopefully they got out maybe for a few bucks today extra. Good look on ABOS here, off this move. Tops was fast and furious, but again, money to be made there for sure. NVTL had a great move before giving it up. Would bounce off this level. This might be something you might want to keep this on a watch list coming up tomorrow. I mean, really, it's 9 for 9. ILAG, had a few okay shots at trying to enter there, and KLXE, I mean, the worst of the bunch, I would say, because of the volume and the liquidity, but not bad from that top 10 list, to say the least. Not bad at all. And again, I'm just kind of listening into this here, folks, so my attention's divided a bit, but fire some questions away if you have them. There we go. All right. I'll tell you which chart I like better, but I'm not buying either one of them. There'll be zero chance of me buying either one of them, obviously. SCS, nothing. CLF. I mean, I don't like either of those charts. I guess if you're forcing my hand, I guess CLF before SCS. I don't even know what this is. Steel case furniture manufacturing? No. I mean, just no. Yeah, I'd go CLF. I don't like either chart. I think both are awful looking, but and especially if we're in a recession, who's buying furniture? Number one, number two, and number two, this is in a downtrend, and like I said, recession. Things aren't getting built like they were. Again, anybody with questions, fire away. I can see it's an extremely light crowd here today. Looking at that K-web here. Interesting, defending this 25 level here. I feel like this could happen here. I feel like that could still happen, but we'll see what happens there. Sorry, just chiming in here on something. That's you know. That's all I got at the moment, folks. I don't know. There's take a look at a few more of these here. MEGL was something that I threw a price alert on. RPay. So, you know, not everything participated in the market rally today. A lot of these ones here, a lot of giving it up. Just looking at these charts here, see, you know, this might provide a good setup for tomorrow. Something similar to what BEAT's got going on here, right? So for those that, you know, want to go in with some arrows in your quiver for tomorrow, SOBR, just, you know, keep in mind, you know, with stuff like this, you know, there's huge percentage gaps going on here, right? And you don't want to get caught on the wrong side if this thing doesn't work out, right? And yeah, I mean, this thing was fading hard, fading pretty good, you know, and even into the pre-market early on, and before it got this big lift here. So, you know, this really can go any which way. Looking at this one here, this is interesting. Was that a triple top, or, you know, is this holding? Is this going to hold this level here? This is an interesting one. What you know, what I will note is that volume is kind of blah, but it has plenty of liquidity, right? It's got this declining volume here on the selling off. So I don't know. Well, hold on one second. No, never mind. I thought there was some major news going on. Anyways, yeah, so this ENVX, it's interesting. We've got this declining volume with that selling. And so that means that are the sellers convicted, or is it just this whatever caused this is no longer newsworthy or noteworthy? So this is something I'd be watching. Let's go. Let's continue up this list here. I think this is something to keep an eye on for tomorrow. DNA, I forgot to mention this. This won a few races, but didn't win enough to stay up on the leaderboard. What a great day for this. And look at this here, right? Got this base here. Trying to get through this. $4. Not out of the realm of possibility. So I like this DNA setup here. Again, it'll have to be on my races for me to see it tomorrow because I'm going to delete these price alerts in a moment here. HLX. This feels more under pressure here. I'm not a fan of that. Pac Bio had itself a little bit of a day today, huh? Yeah, not bad. And closed strong. So, well, we'll see. Right now, was this part of that rising tide lifts all boats today or not? It wasn't doing crazy volume, but, does have great liquidity. Interesting. Porsche's IPOing possibly tomorrow. All right, that's interesting. What does anybody know what ticker that's coming under? Let me look here at the IPO calendar. So this is what I have for IPOs coming up right now. So this is postponed here. If anybody wants this, I got this from Barry. Drop a link to this here. Yeah, that's what I got right now for upcoming IPOs. Recently filed. Let's look at this here. Let me search it. Oops. Not seeing anything on the IPO calendar for that. All right. Continue through the rest of these here. So interesting. It was up $1 today, about a little more than $1 at its peak, quite a bit more, but no real volume in it. We talked about Apron already. Apron could continue on for a day or two here. We'll see. I don't know that will. MVIS is setting off my price alerts all day long, but it just could never get above this range here. $4 was a big barrier to that. We talked about NNOX, made a nice move here on that $12 break. Talked about this. Did we talk about ALLK? Very nice move from ALLK here. Again, pharmaceuticals, you want to be careful, but I mean, certainly worth noting. Trend. And while the volume's falling, still the volume is compared to, months and months worth of volume, a lot more. So, we'll see if that can continue. EBOS, we talked about that at nausea. This could be one that's active for a couple of days. Look at this mountain it could climb, right? It's got room all the way up to this 15 level. For sure got room all the way up to that 15 level. So that could be interesting. Snap. I keep waiting for Snap to have a rebound day. Guess I'm still going to keep waiting. I've been waiting for it to have a rebound day since back here. Coming through my races, through here, and it had this quick pop up here. Actually, that happened when I was on vacation. And it sold off right after I came back from vacation. And a little pop up here and right back down again. So, we'll see what's Snap. I don't really know anything about them. I mean, I know it's some social media crap, but what it is, I don't really know. KLXE. What does that look like? Going back. Well, we'll see. Obviously, having a day in the sun with that volume today. Support for oil and gas. I'd like to have seen it more liquid, but it's not terrible. And it had an okay spread during the day. So we'll see what that means moving forward. 9.45 short float and 6.69 short growth negative. So shorts have been moving out. So this is one of those ones that maybe wasn't punished as bad as the rest of the energy stocks. You might want to keep an eye on that for you energy lovers. I'd say this is a big level. So getting up and holding over this level is a big deal. Look at that, here and here, and then back here, and then here, and then here, and then here, and here, and right back again today, right? So that's a huge level, I would say. I'd say let's get rid of all those drawings, kind of drill down a little bit. I would say that 720, 730 level is a really big level. 730-ish, yeah. Really big level on that. VTNR. Talked about this yesterday as a refinery. This really got punished much more than other energy stocks that sold off. So, I mean, this had this huge run, a sell-off, dead rat bounce into a full-on empty elevator shaft, break your neck move. But who knows, it came from way down here, right? Before that run, came from way down here. So maybe $5-ish was that bounce level. As I've said many times, it has nothing to do with right, wrong, or indifferent. The bottom line is we need refined oil and gas, right, to keep this world moving for now. So you can't just turn that stuff off and expect the world to run. We'll see how that shakes out. So it might be something you want to, for a sympathy bounce play if energy continues to bounce. Talked about Frey a little bit. Interesting chart because you got your lifetime highs right here, right? So basically anybody short it is mostly short it in this area. There could be some people that are now short up here, but I'd say a majority of the shorts are back here still. You got that short float, but you've got a short growth, right? So you've got people that believe in the short story on it still. So, you know, make of that what you will. But interesting nonetheless. If it recaptures 15, I'd say you're looking at something pretty big if it recaptures 15. You got a really well-defined risk level down here on that too. So for those of you that are trying to find what are possible good risk reward setups, that level right there on FREY, I think that's pretty clear line in the sand, right? If you're wrong, you know, $10 is not out of the range, right? If you're wrong. And above 15, you know, you're looking at all-time highs above 15 again, which is 1657, right? So, you know, some green shoots out there for us to look at. We already covered beet and rum, yo ho ho, and a bottle of rum. You know, there's a lot of, this is very speculative stock. I feel like I think it's something like a social media play is what someone was telling me. So, you know, trying to come after your YouTubes and whatever else. I don't know really what it is other than that. But, you know, I'd say the tech space is ripe for some shakeup, you know. Google and YouTube and Facebook and Twitter and all that. They've had their reign for a long time. Nothing lasts forever. Not one thing will last forever. So, you know, we'll see. You know, if nothing else, great day trading vehicle. I mean, that's without any question, right? We got the potential of this big range here, right? Even these smaller range days are still pretty good size ranges. I think there's a lot of technical analysis that can be done on this and not a ton of fundamental analysis, right? So, you know, kind of more of a technician's dream, fundamentalist nightmare, I would call it. That's my rundown, folks. I'm not going to go into any of the sectors right now. I want to save that for later in the week, as in tomorrow or the next day. Chris, yesterday you said that you expect the market to come down between 290 to 300. Would you explain why you think this assumption would be valid? I don't assume it would. I said it's within the realm of possibility. Certainly believe it could happen. I believe anything can happen, though. The only thing that I don't believe that could happen is someone flapping their arms right this minute and flying away. That's the only thing I think that cannot happen right now. Everything else is within the realm of possibility. I think that we could have seen a double bottom right here and we could rally. I also think that we could come and test this area right here. Why I believe this could happen is a macroeconomic view, right? We've got inflation is not going anywhere. I don't care what anybody says. And you're going to have people that have political hit points that are going to point out to inflation really looks like this and everything else. Look up articles from, you know, your Washington Post or the New York Times or I don't know, LA, whoever. All right, that they're telling you for how long that inflation is good. And now they're going to tell you a recession's good. These people have political agendas. They're not worried if you do well or do wrong or anything like that. When you go shopping at the store, you know, milk is $2 more than it was a year ago. You know, bread is $1.50 more a loaf than it was a year ago. Eggs are $1 to $3 more than they were a year ago for a dozen. I mean, these are facts. These are things that you cannot deny. People are going to get squeezed harder and harder. There have been big layoffs across the tech sector for the last 6 months. You know, these are all not good things in the short term anyways, which leads to, you know, a macroeconomic view of us continuing to fall. We've also seen plenty of bad news happen, though, and the market not fall. So, you know, both scenarios are without any question, you know, and I have no idea if I'll be right or wrong, but, you know, all this stuff is in with the realm of possibility. Excuse me just 1 second. Sorry about that. So I believe all these things are within the realm of possibility. You've got a housing recession now happening. Mortgage rates have, creeped up quite a bit all of a sudden. So now you've got a soft housing market with rising mortgage rates, right? So you've got a lot of macroeconomic stuff that certainly could continue to drag us lower. And the primary trend of the market is lower now, right? We sold off, we got a bounce. The dip buyer said, buy the dip, ha ha ha, stocks never go down. Oh, what? We were wrong. Maybe not. No, gotcha. Look, we're right back up to here again. Great. Whoa, things are serious. All right. No, we sold off quite a bit. We're ready to go. Things aren't that bad. Up here we are. Oh, we fell apart completely. Oh, you guys are all fools. Bull market's on. Let's go. We're up to 430 again. Time to cruise, and another rug pull. And a rug pull now taking out the rug pull of the June lows, right? So the primary trend is lower, right? And the primary trend will stay intact until it doesn't. There's no way to predict when it will. We could go sideways for a while, So what I was really illustrating is on a technical basis, if we look at this chart on a technical basis, let's bring it to a weekly chart because I think that'll illustrate what I'm trying to show here a little better. All right. Where does the pain end to the downside for a technician, right? This is not happening anytime soon. So let's now start to move some of these lines around, right? There we are with this, right? This is out of play now, right? Let's go with up here. This is out of play. So let's move a line. What makes sense down here? To me, this makes sense to me. This level down here, this 326 level. Now we're talking about pre-COVID highs, just below pre-COVID highs. And, all of a sudden, this is where the panic could really start to set in. When we start to get, if we start to give this up, things become self-fulfilling prophecies. Pre-COVID highs, become a technician's, a highlight there, a technician's highlight. And that's what we are. That's what I am, a technician. So, and while I'm a technician, I do live in a, in a fundamental world. I'm a technician that lives in a fundamental world. The fundamentals are generally speaking bad. People talk about this really strong jobs market. Yeah, it's really strong if you want to go work in an Amazon warehouse, if you want to go work in McDonald's, if you want to, work at your mom and pop's corner restaurant. And there's nothing wrong with those jobs. But most of those jobs don't provide some solid security of retirement and benefits and things like what we're seeing from the big tech sector layoff, right, over the last 6 months. And so that's where people have to keep things, quote unquote, realistic, right? So again, fundamentally speaking, things aren't great. But there will always be an argument for bad fundamentals too. So don't kid yourself there. So at what point are the bad fundamentals just doom and gloom sayers? And the bad fundamentals just, there's always going to be something bad. Let's look at the positive stuff. All right. So if this really happens, we really take this level out, right? This becomes very realistic down here, pre-COVID highs, right? And if that becomes realistic, right? Why couldn't this level become 300? It's a big round number. Why couldn't that become realistic, right? So that's where I come in. These are realistic scenarios that could play out as a technician. Bouncing back to 400 is also very realistic. And if a 400 bounce happens, bouncing up to this 430 level is also very realistic. Which scenario plays out? Not a clue. But I would also note, look how nice and even those lines are, right? Let's look at that again. To the upside and downside. Look at the spacing between those lines. Very symmetric, right? This is the stuff that I love as a technician. Is there more math behind that? I don't know. But it's certainly something to behold, because at the end of the day, while there are your algorithms running around and things like that, you've got people programming those algorithms. You've got people managing a lot of funds and things of that nature that move the market. And everybody's looking at the same levels. So it's just like, now I don't watch sports much anymore, but when I really stopped watching sports at the end of, let's say, sometime around 2003, 4, 5, somewhere in that range of years, all the sports stations would talk about, oh, this trade makes sense. And nobody was talking about that trade. And then all of a sudden, everybody was talking about it. And then the trade happened. It was like it became self-fulfilling prophecy in sports with a lot of that stuff. So again, that's where I go with all that, Muhammad. So hopefully that kind of makes sense. And that's why I believe it could happen. I don't necessarily expect it to happen. I just won't be shocked if it does. You know, it will be levels that I certainly thought were more than possible. And I'm not unique in this way. I think there are probably tens of thousands of technicians that are looking at all the same stuff that I'm looking at and believing that all these if-then scenarios exist, both to the upside and to the downside. So going into a lot of overtime, I'm going to have to wrap up in a moment here. But what about ABCL? Really fast, I'll look at it. If it's in a downtrend, I'm not going to like it. You know, I think that'll be really clear. ABCL. It's bio and pharmaceuticals, so you're going to want to be really careful. $10 is everything. Above $10, you're this way. Below $10, you're that way. I mean, I think that's pretty easy one. You know, below $10, and you're looking down at this level. Above $10, you got this level. And I'd say this level and then that level. So that's where you're kind of looking at, I think. With ABCL, I guess Powell thinks raising rates going to bring down prices. Yeah, I don't know. You know, the Fed unfortunately is always 4 steps behind and then overreacts on the 4 steps behind. So we're at the mercy of them. I'm sorry, we're at the mercy of a bunch of people that have never lived in the actual real world. And that's just a fact. You know, these people they've never gone hungry. They don't shop for their own stuff. They have no idea what it's like to actually have to cash a paycheck and wonder how to budget according to the paychecks they cash each week. So, you know, they're a bunch of suit and tie people that have been silver spoon fed their entire lives, and we're at their mercy. That's all there is to it. So, families that own it says it's happening in Germany. Okay. My daughter, no, not yet. She's only 9, so no phone for her yet. None of that stuff yet. I mean, she knows about Snap, but she doesn't know no Snap yet. Willow, always a pleasure. Always happy to assist there. And all right, that's going to wrap it up for me, I think, today, folks. So good session. Hopefully a lot of that made sense. Hopefully covering a lot of technical analysis in that regard, even if it's on larger time frames and on the bigger indexes, it all applies exactly the same across the board. All right. You know, just keep it relevant to your time frame, keep it relevant to your stocks. But, you know, we're technicians. We live in a fundamental world and we try to skate around the fundamentals so they don't smack us up. That's all we can do. Right. As always, I greatly appreciate all the questions, the comments, and the interactions. And let's see, tomorrow's Thursday, aka Friday Junior. You will have Mr. Steve Gomez at noon tomorrow. Of course, Barry will have this open at 9. So yeah, Barry has this open at 9 Eastern tomorrow. Noon Eastern, Steve will be here to do his hour session, and then I will be back. I'll be back at 3:30 Eastern tomorrow. So I would just say, Muhammad, the best thing you can do is have a logical reason for your risk reward looking at any stock, right? And the same thing for Michael Anthony. You know, KHC had been showing up on my races for a while and on my evening scan, and it fell apart. You know, look at your levels, draw some lines, right? So at Meta, you know, you got to really look at these lines. First off, you're in a massive downtrend for Meta. Everybody hates it. Everybody hates the stock. There's nobody on this planet that says, gee, I love Facebook. Everybody hates Facebook, right? So, you know, you got this. I think the metaverse is some nonsense or garbage. All right. So you've got all this going on. So you've got look at going all the way back to January of 2021. There's no support going on right now, right? So if you're accumulating, what are you accumulating versus what's your downside, right? And what do you believe your upside is? And, you know, believe it because it's a part of a trading plan and you have conviction in it. So is this top of this range it? Is $200 it? Is the top of that range it? Whichever one it is. And if it's not any of those, whatever it is, why is it that? Why are you looking at that? That's what you got to ask yourself. And the fact that I got to go to a weekly chart to find support right now is not a good thing for this stock. All right. It's natural human instinct to buy things on sale. Buying stocks on sale should not be part of that human instinct unless you're a Warren Buffett. So outside of being Warren Buffett, buying stocks on sale is a terrible thing. The things that are leading us into this mess are not the things that will be leading us out of this mess. Facebook is public enemy number one for leading us into this bear market. All right. Facebook, Peloton, Moderna, Zoom. I'm sure I'm missing some of those darling, wonderful, jacked up plays that happen. DraftKings, right? Carvana, all right? The list goes on and on and on and on, all right? Those things led us into this mess. It is very, very unlikely that any one of those, let alone all of them, will lead us out of this mess. I mean, look at Facebook. We are at pre-pandemic lows. We're at pandemic lows on Facebook. I mean, where's the stop? All the way down here. If not here, $100 becomes your next down from 140 right now, and the trend is our friend, right? Well, that's your trend. That's a massive bad trend. And at some point, will it get a bounce? Yes. Could Mark Zuckerberg and his team come up with something wonderful? Absolutely. What I'm saying is do the homework, do the charting, look at it on multiple time frames, and look at logically where it can continue on this downtrend and logically where it has the possibility to bounce to, but know that bounces are going to be suspect because we're in a bear market. Meta is beyond in a bear market, and they will also be suspect because you've got tons of overhead resistance now, right? So that is that. Jorge, good to hear. We appreciate that. Always like the positive feedback. Always like that positive feedback. So, as I'll selflessly plug, tell your friends and family about us, right? Trade ideas. So, all right, that really does it for me, folks. I gotta go. We will catch you tomorrow. You all have a wonderful rest of your Thursday, wherever you are on this spinning globe we call Earth. Take care.